Today, I'm going to be talking to another awesome guest. And I can't honestly believe this is happening right now because it's so surreal.
At a distance, I actually felt that I'm coming to Bukhara to meet a very good friend of mine. Maybe that's why.
Thanks. It's mutual. It's all mutual.
They use AI, they use different applications, they use YouTube a lot, they use Telegram bots, etc., etc. We didn't have all that. I didn't have all that when I was an IELTS instructor.
Unbelievable. You're saying 1 year tuition fee for Wyatt was as much as an apartment?
Yes.
I wanted to retire from IELTS after I got 5 9s.
I get very emotional when I read such comments. They may even write very, how to say, offensive comments, right?
Like what's the sorry for cutting you short, what's the most offensive comment you've ever received?
I think this is we have a good wave of changes because of this, because we have come to understand that Uzbekistan for Tashkent is for all Uzbek people. Uzbekistan is for everybody. And together we can develop quickly.
Yeah.
And this is actually one of the biggest achievements of the president, I think. I have come to the conclusion that student who is struggling in life right now financially, student who comes from poor backgrounds, for example, is highly likely to become a high achiever. It's highly likely. I had certain problems at the learning center I was working at that I decided to spend that money for the learning center. It was one of the best decisions of mine in life. Now, in your case, I don't think you have to offer such a present.
I don't think, Mr. Zikola, we can't afford the car. I'm sorry. You're not getting a car, even if you get a van.
You know, this is one of the elements of the competition I've been talking about.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're doomed.
You got me, right?
I finally get it. We're doomed. We're doomed. We're going to be out of business in 3 days if you guys.
You're not doomed.
If you guys come over. Hey guys, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Astra Muse. I'm your host, Muhammad Ali here. Today, I'm going to be talking to another awesome guest. And I can't honestly believe this is happening right now because it's so surreal. And the person I'm talking about needs no introduction. So this person is the founder of Everest School in Tashkent. It's one of the biggest schools in Uzbekistan. So, without further ado, please meet Mr. Khurshid. Mr. Khurshid, thanks for coming on the podcast.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it is. I'm telling you, I am starstruck. I am starstruck because this is something I would love to have it, but never thought it would happen.
Me too.
So,
to be honest, I was over the moon when I got invited to the podcast. Although I was not familiar with a podcast before you guys invited, I was very happy because I have never been, for one thing, I have never been in Bukhara. This is my first time. For another thing, I know you well. I know about your achievements. I was always interested in finding out about your learning center, for example. And yesterday was a great experience, I should say. Thank you for inviting.
I actually want to start off the podcast with our meetup story. Like we sat there and talked for 3 hours. And
really?
Yeah, it felt like only 3 minutes.
That's right. Yeah. I didn't even notice how time went.
Yeah.
So is it normal? Do you normally talk to your guests for 3 to 4 hours before the interview?
Not exactly. It's like a couple of hours and we just wrap it up. And it's kind of awkward when I'm talking to foreigners. But with you, I felt so comfortable because you have such an amiable personality. You know how to make people feel welcome. And because, you see, something that really surprised me, the moment I met Mr. Khurshid, you gave me a hug. But people don't normally do that.
Nobody else does that? Really?
No. Because
I don't know. For some reason, I actually felt some kind of a bond before I met you. Maybe I've seen you on social media a lot, maybe for this reason. And moreover, we are on the same field. We do the same job. I was pretty sure that we'll find a common language with you when I meet you. Yeah. And at a distance, I actually felt that I'm coming to Bukhara to meet a very good friend of mine. Maybe that's why.
Thanks. It's mutual. It's all mutual. Right. I'm honestly honored to be talking to you today, and I got a lot of questions, a longer list of questions I want to ask you. It's just, you've been in this business for as long as I've been alive. Can I say that? Can I say that?
Well, it's 2012. You were born in 1999.
Yeah,
guess,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Well, you were 13 years old when we started the business. I started teaching in 2007. I started teaching English. So it has been pretty long. I feel as if I am one of the oldest guys in business, to be honest, nowadays.
Yeah.
And however, you know, there is a very curious thing about the job we are doing. Especially, for example, I feel this when I meet my friends back in my hometown, when I meet my course mates at the university, my classmates at the university. I actually noticed that they have grown much older than me. They have a very different view on the world. They have grown older than their age, whereas the opposite is true for me. Even if I am almost 40, I'm 36, 37 years old, I don't feel this age. And I think the main reason for this is that we surround ourselves with young people, and that's why mentally we're not aging. But in such cases, when you actually you're saying that we're in business for a long time, I actually notice this fact, but in reality, this job is rejuvenating me all the time. I feel this way. Do you have the same feeling?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, surrounding yourself with young people, you just kind of share in the energy, energy, like that young energy, as if you tapped into the fountain of youth. Every day you show up to work, you get to learn with them all over. It's like having kids, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I don't personally have kids. I don't know why I'm pretending like I do. All right. So at the beginning...
Muhammad Ali, you mentioned that we started the business a long time ago, but to be honest, this doesn't mean anything in our business, because as a person who is to a certain level familiar with your results, I mean the results of your students, with what was your personal result, for example, and Alishir Agias got overall band 9 recently, right? I really consider you guys as something we should look up to, as those we should look up to. You guys have very admirable system here set up.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
And it has to be something pointed out.
I appreciate the
time
compliment.
means nothing, trust me.
Yeah, yeah. But I do have a feeling that the generation coming up, the younger generation, they're gonna do a lot better than us.
They should.
Yeah, they should.
Hopefully they will.
Yes.
This is what we have been observing, actually. For example, I can't say that I am an IELTS instructor, which I used to be before. I used to conduct classes, at least 5 classes a day, like you're doing right now. And I have stopped doing so about a couple of years ago. And when I see our IELTS instructors at Everest today and how they are achieving the results they are achieving today, I actually notice a difference. There's a big difference in the ways they are conducting their lessons. They use AI, they use different applications, they use YouTube a lot, they use Telegram bots, etc., etc. We didn't have all that. I didn't have all that when I was an IELTS instructor.
And we owe a lot of our personal success to you, to all generation, people in the all generation, because you made all those things happen. You created the environment. You were kind of spearheaded this movement and paved the way.
That's right.
Yeah, and we simply came in and took advantage of all those opportunities, which wouldn't have existed if it weren't for you, the older generation. So we should pay credit where it's due, guys. So it's because of all people, our parents, grandparents, and veteran teachers like Mr. Khurshid in the field. We have these privileges to learn English and perfect and compete on international arenas.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, it's great to hear that, and I'm really glad that I served this way for hundreds of IELTS instructors throughout Uzbekistan at our learning center. It is something actually you can really see and feel. Because I always thought that as a teacher, it would be hard for me to see the contribution I'm making to the society. But in such cases, you actually see when people admit, when people highlight this. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So now, what do you say we take a step back and talk a little about your upbringing?
Okay.
Right? Because I want this podcast to be more to have proper chronology, like we like start with your past, and then what your life in university was like, and then you getting a job, and then founding your own school in this order. So what was Mr. Khurshid like when he was 17?
When I was 17,
yeah,
let me remember. Well, I was 17 back in 2004, right? No, yes. Mr. Khurshid was pretty confident. He was big-headed. He was, I should say, overconfident in his abilities. Do you know why?
Why is that?
Because in 2002, I had won, by 2003, by the time I was 17, I had won a scholarship to the United States.
Wow.
I had the chance to spend an academic year at one of the high schools, Shorewood High School in Washington State. I had the chance to live with a very nice family. I still have contact with them in the United States. And back then it was something sensational, especially for an ordinary guy from Surkhandarya. I come from a countryside. The place I was born and raised is a rural area. And it was something very rare for a guy like me to travel to the United States. And when I was 17, I was back in Shirabat. I was back in my hometown from the United States. And the fact that I studied in the United States, and the fact that I knew English well, the fact that I experienced an independent life, I don't know, 20,000 kilometers away from my family, gave me too much confidence. I think I was in the stage of my life when I was blind, when I was blinded by success. Because I remember being very aggressive, being, unduly rebellious towards, for example, decisions of my parents, about the remarks they made of my behavior, for example. I used to tell them what's right and what's wrong. To be honest, I am very, it's not something I'm proud of today. With my parents, we tend to remember those times. And we have a good laugh about this, to be honest. They actually, my mom especially, pictures, describes the exact behavior I had, things I told, for example, certain things I told.
Like teasing you all the time.
Yes, they tease me all the time, repeating the things I said to them. And I feel really uncomfortable when I remember those times, to be honest. But they served well. Life put me back on track. I experienced huge failure. I failed entrance examinations to the universities. So from the clouds, I came back to the ground. And really life put me on the right track in terms of behavior, in terms of my attitudes towards things, towards my parents, for example. And I think it all served for good. Nowadays, I can say that it all served for good. Yeah,
so your past failures kind of humbled you and made you more down to earth.
Yes, they did. You know, the thing is, we know that success comes to the hungry. With hunger, you grow. This was in my case, actually. This was true also in my case, because I don't mean hunger in a literal context. I mean, I came from background in which we had almost nothing. My parents struggled, for example, to make ends meet when we were younger. Although they have never had us in need of anything, but still, I was, as I grew up, I actually felt that I need to achieve everything, I need to do everything, etc. But when people with such backgrounds reach success, they become, how to say, they actually show that they were not ready for that success. They actually show that they needed this or that success maybe later on in life. I had similar situation when I went to the United States, I think. But luckily, it came early, and I had the chance to form my behavior, form my life principles. And I think early success really put me on right track, because with early success, you have early failures, etc. And I think it was all for good.
Yeah. It's like it happened for a reason. All those successes and past failures you had. Yeah. And what was... So you said you had a turning point in your life when you realized that you were going off the rails. Like, what was that turning point? Was it just one failure, like failing to get into university, or a combination of failures that put the final nail in the coffin?
A number of them, actually, because I remember applying for Westminster University, and at the same time I applied for Tashkent State University of Economics. Back then, this university used to be considered as one of the prestigious ones. Westminster was not so popular among people back then, but it was my dream university. I really dreamt of entering this university, but because of my weak mathematical skills, mathematical ability, I failed the test. I entered the university on a scholarship base. No. I entered the university on a tuition base, but I didn't get the chance of winning the scholarship. Back then it was almost impossible to pay the tuition, because we're talking about 2003, and $4,800 was a huge amount of money, because a house, a 3-bedroom apartment cost $4,500 in Tashkent.
Unbelievable. You're saying 1 year tuition fee for Wyatt was as much as an apartment?
Yes, even more expensive than that. Back then. You guys studied. You studied on a scholarship.
Yeah,
base,
scholarship base. I think I got lucky. I got super lucky.
I don't think you got lucky.
I got super lucky.
You well deserved it.
No, I got super lucky. I'll tell you why. Here's the story. So, for one, with my IELTS, first attempt, I got 6.5, which was not enough for me to apply for a scholarship, because so IELTS accounts for 60% of your total mark, and the other part, the 40%, comes from math. And in my second attempt, I barely got 7.5. And at the time, I got kind of euphoric, like you did. I thought I was super, super successful, like one of those bright kids. But little did I know that it was just getting started. Little did I know that I still had so much more work to do. And so I started doing math, and I sucked at it. I sucked at it big time. And there were multiple instances where my teacher would call my dad and tell him that I was not going to get in, and it was so depressing. But something happened, and I got so upset with me that I started actually studying. And within the last 3 months of my prep, I could turn things around. Yeah, and then the day of exam comes. I go there to the venue, and there are only 20 spots for region students. So region students get separate 20 spots. That's and 10 go.
It used to work this way before, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't work this way now?
Yeah, gladly no. So we went there, and all my friends who came there with me had 7.5s, a bunch of them had 8s, and 2-3 years of math experience. Yeah, I did not stand a chance, but for some reason I had still faith that I could do it. So I went there and I opened the questions booklet and I see a bunch of questions on trigonometry. Am I saying that right? Trigonometry, right? And I had not prepared that section. And then I only solve the questions I can to the best of my abilities, and then I leave the exam venue, and all my friends were telling me how hard the test was. So then I have like a moment of relief because I know they also screwed up. So I wasn't the only one. And I wait for the results 15 days, I guess, and the results come out. I go on looking for my ID number, right? I can't find it. That moment, I felt a cold shiver down my spine. You screwed up. All right. So, and then I went ahead and did it again, and I found my ID number at the very bottom.
Really?
At the very bottom, the 20th, number 20. And here's the crazier part. You can't believe that. The crazier part is the guy who got the second, the second lowest place, the guy who got the penultimate place, the 19th, he got 56 average, and I got 47.
Wow!
And there's how many points is that the difference?
About
about 8 point difference, and no one could get those points. It was a miracle. And the guy who got the 21st place got 45 points something. And guess what? That guy was my close friend, and he couldn't get in.
He was number 21.
He was 21. He couldn't. He couldn't. That's mind blowing. I could not believe that. I could not. It is a miracle that I got in. It is a miracle. So I'm super lucky.
You leave an impression of a person who is always ready, and who well deserves success for some reason. For example, when you got 9, I really thought that you worked hard on it. It wasn't luck. Yeah, and you actually deserved it. Oh,
thanks. But when I did get a 9, though, there's actually a footage of me reacting to 9, and you could, if you go and watch that footage, my reaction was at the time not bad. Like
you were indifferent. You were indifferent, I guess.
Absolutely,
right?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Because. Okay, why did I react?
Do you know
like
why
that?
you were indifferent? Because you knew it, I guess, right?
Probably why. You see those, did you watch the fight with Joshua and Ngannou?
Yes.
Joshua. So
Joshua won.
Joshua won. Did you see his reaction after the fight?
His reaction.
I
didn't see his reaction.
Okay, you should go and watch it.
I only saw a reel, shorts.
So he knocks out Ngannou, and he's one of the biggest and the greatest hard hitters. And so Joshua knocks down Ngannou, and he pretends like it's nothing. He did not celebrate, and he had this cool impression on his face, like it's like nothing.
Well, actually, after the fight, there were some I don't know, some problems about credibility of that punch. Some said that it didn't touch it. Some said that it did touch it.
That was a heavy punch. That was a heavy
real
punch.
Right?
It was a real punch. Yeah.
So you felt as if you were Joshua back then, right? This is what you want to say?
No.
You punched the IELTS, great. You give it a hernia, right?
No, actually, I wasn't as happy as many people thought I'd be, because even if I did get a 9, I would have to go and do it again. So my first instinct, my thinking was, okay, when am I sitting a test again? Before I have the time to process the situation, to process the moment. It's like, okay, I'm signing up for April now, all right, because I need to do it again.
Great.
I wasn't thinking about promotion or all that kind of stuff. I knew it meant a lot of, it meant putting our school on the map, and it was going to get us a lot of views and public recognition and all that. But I didn't think it was going to blow up like it did. It was all over the internet, and then I went on the podcast with IDP, and it got like 100,000 views. Yeah, right. And people make such a big deal out of it.
That's right.
Yeah, and when I talk to natives, and when I tell them, well, I got a 9, I'm actually ashamed to say I have a 9, because their reaction is like, what's that?
That's right.
Their reaction is, what's
It
that?
means almost nothing. They don't know what IELTS is even, I guess, right?
Exactly.
Well, I'm always interested, Muhammad Ali. When you got 9, you were one, I think I considered that you were the first to get 9. To be honest, logically speaking, you were the first 9 holder, and you got all that attention. You got all that public attention towards your school, towards you. I have been in such situations, not in that scale, but when Everest, for example, won different competitions, when we achieved certain results, when I achieved my IELTS scores of 8.5 for the first time, I actually felt the pressure of that attention. You had 10 times more attention. How did you deal with that? What kind of problems you had?
I dealt with it terribly. Let me tell you this. I dealt with it terribly. I was in a very dark spot at the time because I wasn't used to being around people that much. I mean, it's a different story when you teach students, but it's a whole different story when you are on social media and everyone is talking about you. So the way I dealt with it was, and it might sound a little childish, every time people asked me, or told me I got a 9, I'd tell them, it's not me, it's my twin. So that was my reaction. That was my coping mechanism. So I just let someone else take the credit. So I'm not even there. I pretend like I don't know who they are talking about. So that's how I dealt with it.
What was the biggest problem? What was the biggest disadvantage?
The biggest problem was, I mean, I didn't have any problems at the time. I actually did bring it up yesterday when we were talking. I think I got greedy. I did. That's the reason why I went for my second 9. After I got my second 9, I went ahead and signed up for the test again because I want to get the third one and I want even more attention.
Why is that?
Yeah.
For more attention then.
Not exactly attention. I wanted to
prove yourself.
No, there wasn't much left to prove. So I wanted to retire from IELTS after I got 5 9s. So I wanted to do it. I wanted to make that happen before 2023 was out, so that I could close the IELTS chapter and move on to the next chapter, like this podcast deal. And I actually couldn't make that dream a reality. Now I don't actually regret that it didn't happen. I'm glad it didn't happen because I have now a new project we're working on. So, but it does not mean I won't be taking the test anymore. I will. Few more times in the future for professional reasons, but I'm not after a 9 anymore.
When did you actually notice and understand that you're getting obsessed with this? When was the time?
Okay, so here's when that happened. So after the second podcast with IDP, so I wanted to get my third 9 so I could have another podcast, but with only one guest. And then third time I got invited to a podcast. I had set the test a few days before, and I want to go there with the third 9. Yeah, when we had like all 9ers Club first edition. Yeah, that was the plan. That was the original deal.
Well, this is the most dangerous part was becoming popular. I have experiences in my shoes also. It gives the level of satisfaction, which is even higher than earning money, for example, or buying a property. It really, it targets your heart, and popularity is even stronger than the strongest drug existing on earth. Seriously.
I can confirm that.
That's right. And when you stop getting enough portions of it, you start losing your mind.
Yeah.
And that's why, to be honest, I refrain from going online, going public. That's why I refrain from having my blogs. I do have accounts on Instagram, but I'm not a regular user. I do not make a lot of content. To be honest, it's a constant struggle. I always try to stop myself from getting too obsessed with becoming popular. I think it is a resource, a precious resource people have, especially people who have reached a certain level of success. And if they use it up quickly, they will not be left with any resource when they actually need it. In other words, becoming popular and being in public eye is also temporary. You can't keep it throughout your whole life, because people will eventually get bored of your face, and eventually you'll have somebody who has offers better achievements than you, and public eventually starts forgetting about you. And this is a part which actually makes you feel depressed. And once you get famous, once you get popular, and once you get that sense of satisfaction, it may serve as something which drowns you, and as something which drifts you away from your actual plans in your business, for example, in your personal life. And it basically complicates the way you look at success. And chances of yours becoming much weaker, much more dependent on opinions of others is very high. And there's one problem with becoming popular. Once you get popular, people around you who look up to you, well, you have good proportion who like you, who love you, but you also have a lot of haters. And when you get a lot of haters, you'll have people who will be looking for skeletons in your closet. You'll have people who will be looking for your faults, problems, things you said on social media, bad things I mean, for example. Well, basically problems in your personal life, etc., and actually reveal all that in public. And once you actually, and with time, all these basically contribute to you being lost as a public person. So that's why, to be honest, I'm not interested in going into that. I think it was one of the topics of the conversation, right?
Yeah, for sure. I was going to come to this point later, but
okay.
Sure. No. It's going great.
I'm running ahead.
No,
sorry.
It's going great.
But to be honest, I think my time will come. My time to shine as a public person will come. And I think I will use it for good purposes in the future. Maybe in 10 years from now, maybe in 20 years from now. It's funny because nowadays, all people surrounding me, my colleagues, my friends, my family, they're urging me to be more active on social media. Because we have reached a lot in business right now. We've talked about it with you yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
And we have a lot of things which we know, nobody else knows, that we have achieved. And most of the things that we have achieved can't be seen by the public. We know it, but they can't be seen by the public. And everybody is telling me to go public, to go active on social media. But to be honest, I'm telling them that no, I'm not ready yet. It's not time yet. Time will come and we'll do it. Basically.
I see. Can I share my personal experience of how I overcame my social media problem, right? So, yes, I used to be obsessed with social media too. Like, I got that dopamine hit every time I saw the number of views, the number of likes, and sometimes I check the comments, but try to generally stay away from the comment section because, like you said, all the negativity, and sometimes people just make silly comments and just get stuck in your head and keep thinking about it the entire time when you're teaching a class. So, yeah. So the way that what I did to come back on social media was I changed my perspective. And I want to share that with you, maybe hoping that it helps. So this podcast I'm making, I'm not making it for the public. I'm not making it for other people to see. I'm making it so I can see it when I'm 80, so I can see it when I'm 70. So this podcast is for me. And I'm putting it out there on social media. So if people have something to learn, they learn. If they don't like it, I'm not bothered because I know it's meant for me. Yeah. So that's the way I see it now. So I actually mentioned on the first episode, I said this podcast is a note to my future self.
So how did this idea come to you?
I'm not going to lie. I got it from a social media marketing genius, Alex Harmozy. I admire this guy. I follow this guy a lot. And on Twitter, he makes a lot of posts. And I think he also got this from someone else. The guy, Naval Ravikant, who's a modern day philosopher and entrepreneur. And they all kind of share the same philosophy. And everything they put out on social media it comes with a disclaimer. It's a note to my future self. It's a note to my future self. It's a note, and that's so brilliant. This concept, this idea. So,
I'm really glad that you're making so much putting so much into this podcast. This is noticeable. When I watched, I can't say that I watched a whole podcast yet, but from the reels and from the things you guys are highlighting, I have learned a lot. I think there are thousands of people who are learning a lot. And you guys are influencing lots of people. And I think the fact that you don't have any monetary aims behind it, and the fact that you're doing it just as a hobby and as something that you enjoy doing, means a lot to people. I think you will get the attention of the right people. And you are already, I guess. There isn't too much negativity, right, in the comments.
Yeah, and that can actually also be a problem because if all your audiences, if everyone who watches you approves of you, right, then people might think it's a cult. Cult is like a small religion, right? Because
the fact that you're making it in English is also making it effective. I think proper eyeballs are watching watching your content.
Yeah.
Because those who know English well understand you well. Those who put likes, those who write comments must understand your context.
Right.
And that's why I think you have chosen the right path. If you had made it in Uzbek or other language familiar to the majority, I don't think it would have been as effective.
Yeah.
By effective, I don't mean the number of views. I don't mean the number of likes, etc. I mean the actual useful takeaways people are getting from the podcast. And, when you were talking about negative comments, I remembered myself. I'm the kind of guy who is also interested in public opinion for some reason. We hate to admit this. Almost everybody out there says that they don't care what people around say. But
they secretly do.
Emphasize that they don't give a about what people say. But still, they always observe public opinion, etc. And I'm not an exception, to be honest. Whenever I have, for example, reel put on our Instagram channel, I tend to look through the comments, and there are people who are there to upset you, who are there to let you down, who are there to to actually influence you in a negative way, so that you lose your way. And to be honest, I get very emotional when I read such comments. They may even write very, offensive comments, right?
Like what's the sorry for cutting you short, what's the most offensive comment you've ever received? That's not a secret.
Well,
if you had to pick one, it triggered you so bad that you were pissed, you were seriously angry.
Well,
I don't want to bring back those emotions.
No, that's okay. That's fine. I'm here to talk.
Okay.
To be honest, I fell in love with you as a person yesterday.
Thanks.
As somebody who listens, as somebody who can give advice when it's possible. That's not a problem. Don't worry about asking such questions. Well, in Tashkent, we still have that public problem, I should say, social problem. There is a certain level of discrimination still left among the people. For example, when I'm making content, I never make out a person who was born in Tashkent or born and raised in Tashkent. I talk in my own dialect, I talk in my own language. And sometimes people leave a comment calling me Kharab, for example.
And what's that?
Well, you have never heard of it when you were in Tashkent?
No.
Good for you, my friend. Good for you. Well, it's a huge insult which people of Tashkent have been using for decades, and it refers to those who come from regions. There are people who actually go into the comments to call me this way, right? There hasn't been anybody who called me in my face, because I would kill a person if they called me in my face this way. But people come to the comment section to leave such comments, and I really get pissed, as you said. But to be honest, nowadays I have come to the point when I see them as childish, when I see them as simply dumb individuals. But still, sometimes it really hurts. And when it comes to negative comments, do you know what I have understood? There are thousands of people out there who never get stimulated by such comments. And I started thinking, why do I get so pissed about them, so nervous about such comments? This is because we have put so much into our job. This is because we have put so much blood, so much time, huge part of our life into what we are doing. And we've gone through a lot of problems, difficulties of life to achieve the things we have. And that small person, that crippled-minded person calling you this way really lets you down, because you can see that the public doesn't see this. Or even if they see it, they do not want to admit that you have reached success through hard work. Because I had nothing at the beginning, nothing at the beginning. We started from zero. I didn't have rich parents, I didn't have a strong network of acquaintances, for example. We started it from zero and reached this point. And when people do not see this, you really get depressed. It really gets you down. I'm saying this to you because you have your career ahead. As a business person, as an IELTS instructor, you have your career ahead. And it's fairly normal to feel badly about such things. But they shouldn't be serving as obstacles on your way.
Yeah, never.
Small-minded people.
Yeah.
Narrow-minded people. There are lots of millions of them in Uzbekistan. Seriously. One more.
Yes, let's get some more water. Yeah, guys, go ahead. Yeah, I actually have a quote I want to share here. Every time I get negative comments in the comment section, or people, sometimes those comments are valid though. So I try to stay objective, but whenever I get a negative comment, I remember a quote by Denzel Washington, and I want to share it with you. And I hope it kind of helps you, get around those comments. And the quote goes, "You never get criticized by someone who's doing better than you."
That's right.
You kind of already said that, all cripple-minded, small-minded people, and this quote just puts it so neatly. Yeah, you never get criticized by someone doing a lot better than you, someone who's doing better than you. Because someone who's doing better than you, they are too busy to comment on your work. Or even if they did bother to take a look at your work, they wouldn't criticize your work. They'd actually give you compliments. They would, as a way to encourage you, because they were there before. So they know what it feels like.
That's right.
When they see you, they admire you. They admire the work you're putting in because you remind them of their younger self. So you get kind of nostalgic seeing them, and you kind of feel proud that there are other people out there who share your energy. So yeah.
Well, actually, you're right. Actually, criticism from people who are more successful than you has always been, for example, for me, very productive. Luckily, I have a good circle where I have contacts with other business owners in Tashkent and throughout Uzbekistan. And whenever they notice something wrong in my mindset, for example, or in things I'm doing, they actually criticize me and they tell me the right way. And it's always valuable. But the thing with social media is a bit different. Normally, we create contact in social media in order to add value to people watching, in order to make sure that we influence in a positive way young people watching. So, for example, when I make a content, I try to share my experience so that somebody learns from it and doesn't make my mistakes in the future. We are well aware that, for the most part, people who are less successful than us will be watching that content. And the fact that they watch that thing, for example, shorts in YouTube or reels on Instagram, and the fact that they watch that, and instead of taking the most important thing out of it, they simply take a shit on the comment section. They find it easier to find one problem which even doesn't exist inside it. I don't know, maybe this is something cultural. We have only in our country. Maybe we are in this stage of social development where those who are trying to make change in the society are looked at from a negative angle from the society. Maybe sometimes I think this way too. Maybe we are in that stage when we are transforming. For example, I've been to the US. People, even if people don't like your success, they remain quiet. They do not criticize you. I've had the chance to talk to many nationalities when I studied in Europe. Instead, they make a remark upon your success, and they try to be somebody who boosts it, rather than criticizing you, rather than pointing out that you, pointing out your problems. But in our society, we have a huge number of people who are there to hurt people.
Yeah.
And sometimes this is, well, I don't know why I'm talking about all this, but I think I'm trying to prepare you. You're at the stage of developing your content on Instagram, on YouTube. Be prepared for all that.
I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you taking the time to share with me giving me all these heads up about things coming. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that means a lot to me.
But other than, I wouldn't say that we should be too unhappy about all this. To be honest, I have gone through all those stages already. But when I actually come across them once again, I feel down sometimes.
Right. So what do you say now we take a little break from social media and talk about more about your education, right? But we started talking about your past, and we kind of went off on a tangent there. Yeah. So I'd love to ask you some questions about the foreign programs you took part in as part of your education. So, because you told me that you went to the US for a year and then you were in Europe. So you're someone who's gone and seen education in both the US and Europe and kind of seen the differences and similarities. So would you like to touch on that a little as well?
Well, let's start off with the United States. I went to the US when I was very young. When I was 16, I won the scholarship. I was a 9th grader, and I had the chance to study for a year at the high school. And this exact program, it was called Flex. I think it still exists. There are many students, even in our country nowadays, going to the US through this program. They have resumed the program. It was closed down about 10 years ago, and they resumed the program. It's called Future Leaders Exchange Program, Flex.
Yeah.
As you said, I was lucky to get in the program because back then, in 2003, when in Termes they organized examination and they held the exam, there were so many other guys who were far more smarter than me. I don't know, for some reason they decided to give me a chance. We had to go through the 3 stages of examinations, and I managed to pass all 3. Wow. And I really got the chance to study in the United States at the high school, and the program was very well set up. To be honest, through that program, I actually saw how Americans, the attitude of Americans towards their job. Later on, I went to Europe through Erasmus Mundus program. The events organized, the processes, the way students are kept in close contact, etc., was not even close to that of the US. I should say Europeans gave us money, gave us scholarship, gave us tickets to get to the country where we studied, and forget about us, to be honest. Maybe because we were much older, we were much more independent, because we were school pupils when we went to the US. But in the United States, it was all set up very carefully, and every stage was controlled. Well, I had the chance to study at the high school. I had the chance to live with the host family, Collins family. There were programs within the program. I remember winning a scholarship within a program, which allowed us to go to Washington, D.C. For a political workshop. It was called Close Up Foundation. We spent a week or 10 days at Washington, D.C. We stayed at a luxurious hotel. We met lots of politicians.
A quick question. Did you go to the White House?
Yes, I did. Go to, no. We went to the White House, but it was a time when it was closed down. We didn't get in. But I have photos right in front of White House.
Still, yes. It's a big deal. The White House. But
we had the chance to get in Capitol, the Capitol Hills, to the Senate, to House of Representatives, even the Supreme Court of the United States. We went to the place. We had the chance to meet Secretary of State. It was Colin Powell back then. We met Colin Powell. I have his book. He handed it to us. Basically, we met all. By the way, we also met the president of Georgia there, Saakashvili.
The president of where?
Georgia.
Georgia. Okay. President
of Georgia.
Is like the governor or the president?
Georgia, country in the post-Soviet.
Yeah. I
Georgia, Georgia.
Yes. I get it now.
So he was there with a foreign visit, and they organized a panel with him. Mostly Georgian students who were among us asked questions from him, but we were in the audience. It was a phenomenal experience, to be honest. I never forget it. So basically, through that program, we met a lot of politicians. It was a program within program. To get into that program, I had to write an essay. It was organized in a form of a contest, essay contest, basically. Other than that, apart from that, I had a lot of experiences. My family was very supportive. Almost every weekend, we used to go somewhere. And America has left a huge impression on me, and I always feel as if I experienced more things during 1 year in America than my entire life.
Wow.
It's a country of experiences. People never stay at home. Whenever they have a chance, they go somewhere, they meet people, they do something, basically. And Well, it was a huge experience, to be honest. It was a very useful experience. There might have been some disadvantages, which I mentioned. All these experiences may have made me a bit big-headed. And also, afterwards, after years, I have understood that to some extent we may have been brainwashed by the program too, to be honest, because there were cases when, for example, they during the Close-Up Foundation course, for example, I vividly remember a class. There were two of us from Uzbekistan, there were two guys from Russia, there were two guys from Belarus, two guys from Kazakhstan, etc., post-Soviet countries. They drew a line on the board, and at one end they said that that'd be dictatorship, and the other end would be total anarchy. As you know, dictatorship is a country where government is authoritarian, and
like North Korea.
And anarchy is a country where everything is in the hands of the people.
Like in the US right now.
Like in the US right now, like in Colombia, for example. Certain parts of Colombia are run by drug lords. And government doesn't have any influence on those parts. Healthy part, actually. And they asked us to put our country into that line. They put the US at a certain point. They put UK at a certain point. And they asked us to go up to the board, justify our opinion, and put our country into that line.
But I don't honestly see it as brainwashing, though. So
It's not brainwashing, but it's some form of, how to say?
Maybe they were like trying
propaganda, anyways. Propaganda, because they are trying to say that democracy-wise, you are behind certain countries.
Did they make you put that dot, or they put that dot themselves?
No. We were supposed to put it.
Okay, so where did you put that dot? Right in the middle, or somewhere closer to anarchy or dictatorship?
We went after Ukraine. I remember Ukraine putting it close to the anarchy. Back then, I was surprised because Ukrainian guys justified their point by saying that in their country, power is in the hands of the people. And later on, when I came back, I understood that because Ukraine had two revolutions in a row. Change of power. If people are powerful, such things happen in the country. Well, I can't remember exactly where I put our country, but it was behind certain countries among former Soviet Union countries. And we were supposed to justify, we were supposed to talk about the political problems in our country, how authoritarian things are going, etc., etc. Well, to be honest, I don't know. I'm not the kind of a person who is discontented with policies of our country nowadays, to be honest. I think that the current government is doing a lot of good things. I don't think we should change the course we're having, but back then, and I don't think that people who set up this program actually had something bad in their mind. Maybe they wanted us to actually start thinking about things. But afterwards, I started thinking that this was some form of trying to make us radicalized and trying to make us opposed to things going on in their country at a large scale. And what I really thought badly about later on was our age. You know, we were 16, 17, and we didn't really have our personal opinion, our thoughts and points set up about politics, about economics. We were ill-informed, basically. And making us think about these things was a bit too early. And I don't know. But to be honest, I'm saying this just to point out that there were some kind of drawbacks of this program, but for the most part, I had a lot of benefits from it. I had a lot of benefits from it. I learned English well. I got my horizon widened up to a large scale. I made a lot of friends, good friends, throughout the globe, which I still contact with. Most importantly, I guess, I had my personality changed. I gained a lot of useful features emerging in my personality through this experience.
Right.
But when it comes to Europe, it was another set of skills, another set of characteristics. European experience was also invaluable because it was very funny. I started out studying economics at the university. Then I changed it to another major. I changed it to business. And the biggest thing which I enjoyed about my experience in Europe were classes. In that faculty, in that department, there were some very strong professors. I learned Spanish. I met a lot of people from all over Europe. I felt nothing close to propaganda in Europe. I felt nothing close to making us feel something badly about something bad about our culture or our political system in our country. Well, I wouldn't say that it was all good. In Europe, I gained a lot of bad habits. I learned to drink, I learned to smoke. Weed was very accessible in Spain, to be honest. It was easily found.
Yeah.
Even our friends used to smoke it on a regular basis. I tried weed for the first time there. I don't smoke weed now.
Yeah. Yeah.
If we consider, I don't smoke at all, I don't drink at all, nowadays. But from that angle, Europe was terrible.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe that was for good or maybe that was for bad, but yeah.
Yeah, anyway, it was a big chapter in your life, you experienced a lot. You learned more about the world. Yeah, you got a taste of everything.
I know that you went to the US.
Yeah.
How about you? What was your experience like?
So when I was in the US, I don't know, I have mixed feelings about my trip to the US. It was I was part of I went there on a work and travel exchange program. I talked about it on previous podcasts. And I went there alone while all my friends went there with my other friends, right? Because when you have a buddy, a countryman by your side, so you guys can help each other out. You guys look out for each other. But I said, okay, I'm just going to go there alone. I want to go there alone. I want to learn. I want to go there and live independently. That was my intention at the time. And I was kind of a rebellious teenager at the time, like you. And I think it's actually a good thing when you're rebellious, when you question things, when you want to experience things on your own. And that element of boldness and confidence that come with that character is what actually prepares you for challenges ahead, and also gives you the confidence and the kind of the stamina to overcome difficulties and want to try new things. All right, back to my experience in the US. So I went there. It was a 12-hour long flight. I flew on an airplane for the first time. So, and as soon as I landed there, I was at the airport terminal and going through the checkpoint, and I saw an FBI agent. I felt like I was in a movie. There was an FBI agent standing because the JFK airport is the
biggest one.
Yeah, is the biggest one,
Huge
and all the people from other countries go through that airport. So they have strict safety procedures and regulations there, and everyone is watching you. They're asking you all kinds of questions. What's the purpose of your visit? And did you come here with family? Or do you have any relatives living here? Where are you going to be staying? Like, I got asked all those questions. And the crazier part is when I was at the checkpoint, so they want to get my fingertip, the fingertip, but the finger press. I guess that's what they call it. And I have this condition where my hands get dry. You can probably see it right now. They're super dry, and it didn't work. They tried a few times. They told me to go to the bathroom and wash my hands, and I did. They gave me wet wipes. Didn't work, and that's where things got a little hairy. The FBI agent started getting suspicious. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I thought they were gonna take me to jail. Yeah, but then eventually they made it work. Lucky me, they made it work. Yeah. So after that, I took a bus from the airport and went to the island I was supposed to stay on, and I lived there the entire summer. I worked there at an Italian restaurant, and the environment was surreal. I saw the ocean for the first time, which is something I talked about on my podcast with Savni, and I get to try.
How did you feel when you saw it for the first time?
I was overwhelmed, to say the least. I was so overwhelmed that I couldn't believe that something that big existed. Yeah, it was like seeing the moon up close because it was so massive. It was so enormous. Yeah, and the funny thing is, I went there at night, so I couldn't technically see it. I could only hear it, and the sound was deafening, and it was so loud, right? Yeah, and all right. Aside from nature and the landscape, I really love the culture there. You said the Americans love working, right? Yet there are some of the hardest working people I've ever known. Yeah, Americans. There's this little proverb that goes. It's not a proverb. It's like a saying. Americans live to work. Europeans work to live.
Exactly.
Yeah. Americans live to work. They live so they can go to work next day. And I adopted that mentality. I did. I didn't care about traveling. All my friends were sharing their photos of seeing the Niagara Falls or going to DC, seeing the White House, doing all these cool things. I'm like, get out of here, right? This is where all the action is, at the restaurant. Like I worked in a fast-paced environment. I was in charge of 4 or 5 tables. I'd be taking orders and putting them on the computer, and then taking the food from the kitchen to serve the customers. So it was a really fast-paced environment, and that's where I developed some hard skills like multitasking, or talking to people, or knowing how to plan and coordinate things, and how to resolve conflict with your colleagues, because
they're really good at that.
Yeah. I really had to. I felt like I was in a competition with locals, native, with Americans for my job, because when you work as a server, you get tipped a lot. It's a good source of income, right?
That's right.
So they were in kind of competition with me. So in 2 weeks' time, I started getting all the compliments from customers and great comments on the restaurant's social media page. Everyone loved me. So yeah, and there was even one time I got $100 tip.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
that was
huge.
yeah, that was the biggest tip on single serving.
Wow.
Yeah. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed working at that restaurant. So
Did
yeah.
you have any problems? Is there anything that you dislike about America?
I don't know if it's a good idea to go on record. Yes, there was this.
Well, you talked about it
I
yesterday.
did. I feel super comfortable talking about it. But since we want this podcast to be 100% honest and unfiltered, I'm gonna go and do it. I don't care. So
Okay, great.
there was this one time I was talking to the barman, and he was gossiping about 2 of the servers who were both ladies, and they were in a relationship, and it's a completely normal thing over there. Yeah.
They were homosexuals.
Yes, you can call them that. And the barman taught me a slang, a colloquial term to name those people, right? And I thought he was just kidding, so I just repeated the word a few times after him, and guess what happened the next day? I got reported to my supervisor. I received the disciplinary action form, and they cut my shifts. I almost lost my job. I almost got deported back home because of that trouble. Yeah, and I had no intention of calling them names. I thought it was all just fun and joking. Little did I know that those things like names you call people, the N-word, all those terms, they are no-go. they're off limits. Right? You better keep your mouth shut. So that's a word of advice for those people who are going to the US to work or study there. Yeah.
Well, apparently their society has changed a lot since I was there, because back then they didn't used to be so sensitive about such things.
Yeah. They were cool with that.
That's well.
Things change, right?
Things change, and I don't see any problem, to be honest, in this, because they want to keep their society 100% democratic.
Yeah.
And they are too careful about making comments about each other, about people's attitudes, about people's attitude towards their life, their body, things like that. Well, that's fairly understandable.
Yeah.
It's their country.
Yeah.
And it is.
I guess they feel the same way you feel when people call you that name.
Maybe.
Probably.
That's
probably triggers them a lot.
Such problems exist everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere. And to be honest, I consider myself as part of our society. And sometimes, actually, the situation with this in Uzbekistan nowadays is much better. Because there are people who call others this way are persecuted nowadays. They are punished, etc., etc. When I came to Tashkent for the first time back in 2006, things didn't work this way. Discrimination was not open, was not openly practiced, but at a legislative level, it was very terrible. If you were from the regions, you couldn't buy a house. You couldn't buy a car. You couldn't use social services, even hospital services, for example. The situation was awful. To be honest, it was one of the reasons why I actually wanted to leave the country. Why I applied for scholarships, why I wanted to study masters abroad, for example. The situation was terrible. You couldn't buy a house even if you had the money, and you were supposed to have somebody else go to the legal offices, and your house had to belong to somebody else. And I had the situation. I had my friend when I bought the house in Tashkent for the first time. I had my friend actually own it because I wasn't in the right to do so. And it was terrible. Nowadays it's much better, but in the heads of people we still have that problem.
Oh, I see.
Not at the government level, luckily, not at the legislative level, but at the social level we still have it. And things are changing. People have come to understand that Uzbekistan is being built by a huge number of people from every single part of the country. And things we have nowadays in every field of our life is being built brick by brick by people with hundreds of backgrounds.
Yeah.
And the elite in Tashkent have come to understand this. All the old rich guys, all the people in the authority have come to understand this. And I think this is we have a good wave of changes because of this, because we have come to understand that Uzbekistan for Tashkent is for all Uzbek people. Uzbekistan is for everybody. And together we can develop quickly.
Yeah.
And this is actually one of the biggest achievements of the president, I think.
Yeah.
He made it possible. He knew that this is a problem. He knew it well because he experienced the same things as I did when he came to Tashkent for the first time. He knew that how hurtful it is for people, and I think he solved the problem very adequately, step by step, with little changes. He brought it to this point, and I give credits for this. I'm not the kind of guy who actually. How do you say "pakhta koyush" in English? I have never thought about it.
Yes man. I'm not a yes man.
I'm not a yes man, or I don't know. I'm not a kind of person who tries to please people by saying good stuff about them. But this is something which we need to admit. But because I have felt all that negativity and discrimination in myself when I came to Tashkent for the first time. Yes. Now things have changed.
Yeah. It's just we're all one team. We're Uzbekistan, right? It's not because if people come knocking on our door, if people, the foreigners, the invaders come attacking our country, we're all gonna have to unite. We're all gonna have to take a united stand against all those people, like our neighbors, their kids. Yeah.
Well, all the experiences with other countries like Ukraine is making it clear that if we have such division, separatism inside our culture, inside our society, we're gonna die out as a nation. I think people have come to understand this time, and we have to be as close-knit as possible as a society.
Yeah,
and we have to value our strengths, and we have to admit our weaknesses, and we have to work together on them. Right?
Yeah.
And to be honest, this is. Well, yesterday, if you remember, we talked about our missions, right? Missions. I explained what is my main mission in this life, right? This is one of the missions, actually. I really want to contribute by opening, by branching out with Everest, for example, by opening our affiliates throughout the regions, inshallah. I wish to contribute to Uzbekistan getting closer together. Our country becoming more unique.
Right. We'll talk more about that later on. What do you say now we kind of circle back to education, right? Because a lot of people tune in wanting to learn more about more about English, more about study opportunities. So what do you say we talk a little about your teaching experience? So I know we were one of the first people to instruct students. So one of the first IELTS instructors in the entire country. So how were your early years of teaching, and how those years compare to now?
It's a long story.
Yeah,
I think it's going to take time. Is it fine?
We have all the time in the world. We have all the time in the world.
Great, my friend. Well, to be honest, it all started out of obligation. As a child, I have never dreamt of becoming a teacher. And this is one of the facts which is hard for me to admit, funny facts, but I even used to make fun of those who wanted to become a teacher,
Yeah.
But I think the Almighty got angry and put it into my forehead, right? Maybe. Well, it all started when I was a first-year student at the university. I have a friend with whom I studied in Termes when I got ready as an applicant for our entrance examinations for the university. His name is Umit. He's 2 years older than me. I started teaching because he called me to the learning center he was working. The learning center was called Yangi Umit back then. We don't have that learning center anymore. It closed down, but he used to work there. I started working as a teacher out of obligation, out of difficulties, financial problems. I entered the university in Tashkent. I had to pay huge tuition. My parents used to pay the tuition. I had to support myself. Back then, I used to live in the dormitory. It was very cheap, but still, I had to. I had other expenses. I looked for other jobs. At first I wanted to become a hotel receptionist, or I wanted to get into any place which required languages, because English. I knew English well back then because of my American experience. And he offered to come and conduct lessons as a general English teacher. There was no IELTS back then. I'm talking about 2007. I did have IELTS certificate, overall 7, which I took in 2005. I took it in 2005.
And for the record, what was your first score?
7.0.
7
It was
point.
7, yes, overall 7. My very first score, which I took right after I came back from the United States. IELTS was completely different back then. If you're interested, I can describe how I
So
took the test.
yeah, for sure. What is it like? What was it like back then?
Well,
IELTS.
speaking wise, you used to discuss with the examiner. The examiner used to talk a lot. They used to give you ideas, for example, if you had problems.
Oh, really?
Yes. It was. It used, speaking wise, it used to be much simple. I think part 2. We did have a discussion during part 2 too. Nowadays, part 2 is a monologue. Candidates talk themselves. The scale of IELTS was much smaller. We took the test at the British councils. And back then it was inside French languages faculty, close to Grand Mir Hotel. Grand Mir Hotel. Back then it was Hotel Russia. I think we were 7 or 8 people taking the test. In a room smaller than this.
If you now go to any IELTS venue, it's packed with people.
That's right. It has turned into an epidemic. IELTS is viral.
Yeah.
People are getting obsessed with it. It's good. We are running a business on it. Anyways, well, it was totally different. Writing was totally different. I think task 1 was something very different from what we have nowadays. Task 2 also maybe. But I remember being so unhappy about 7 I had. I remember taking the result with my dad, and he used to ask me. He asked me, "What's your score?" I said 7, Dad. So what's the maximum score? 9. Why didn't you get 9? He asked. I remember back then.
Okay, I'm sorry.
When I went to Westminster with my certificate, when I applied for the university, they saw 7 and they got shocked, and they said that I am the 3rd guy throughout the entire history of Westminster who came with that result.
Wow.
This was actually one of the reasons why I got overconfident and failed the test, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, but my first result was 7 point, overall 7.
I wonder what their reaction would be like if someone went there with a 9.
They would be crazy about it, I guess.
That's probably no tuition. Please come and study with us.
Well, basically, that my friend knew that I had IELTS certificate, knew that I knew English well. He invited me. I started teaching general English. There was a book called Inside Out back then. I don't think
No, I'm not familiar with it.
You're not familiar?
No.
There was a teacher who instructed me, who taught me. Donapa. She did a good job in this, actually, because I kept learning from her even afterwards. And I remember having the first class with 4 students. 2 of the students were the children of the founder of the Learning Center, very young boy and girl. One of them was a brother of the Turkish language teacher, and another was brother of the manager at the Learning Center. And they were the most difficult students at the Learning Center. And I then found out, I then was told that they actually check up teachers with those students, basically. So it was very hard to teach them.
So those students were like spies. They were spying on you.
Well, they were students who tested the teachers.
Yeah,
they weren't good at learning. One of them even had, there's a condition called dyscalculia, and what's the name for the others? Well, there's a special condition in which people do not understand verbal explanation.
Yeah, I'm not.
They don't understand anything when they read. They don't understand anything when they listen to somebody. Well, they basically have understanding problems. They don't understand anything. Dyscalculia, and another word. There was another word. Dyscalculia is when people do not understand numbers.
Oh, yeah.
They don't understand math at all, basically.
Okay, so we can
It's a special condition.
Yeah, we can just use a simple language and say straight up dumb.
That's right.
Straight up dumb.
That's right.
That's
dumb squared, the guy was, basically. And he really gave me a hard time. I remember explaining him present indefinite tense to be maybe 7 times or 8 times, and he didn't understand it. And he still doesn't understand it, I guess. Well, so I started out as a general English teacher, then I moved on to working with university applicants. I taught grammar to them. I worked for 1.5 years at that learning center, and I won the scholarship I mentioned and went to Spain. I came back from Spain. I started studying as a third-year student. I explained to you.
Yeah, you did.
I lost a year because I changed faculties. And as a third-year student, I started teaching again. Back at that, when I came back, I found out that the learning center closed down, and the teachers there started their own learning center. My friend Umit founded learning center called Galaxy in Tashkent. I think they are based in 4 locations now. They have branches. So I joined their team. I started teaching, and I used to be grammar teacher. I used to prepare applicants only. And back then, I had my brother who studied at Lyceum and Westminster University. My youngest brother, Shrab. And he needed IELTS to continue his studies at Westminster University. I remember looking for IELTS instructors. I think it was in 2010 or 2009 maybe. And to my surprise, there was no legit IELTS instructor which we could rely on. And there were no learning centers. There was actually one learning center, Smart, which ran classes, but it was very expensive. Their price was unaffordable for us. And I remember sending my brother to Lyceum and the University of Diplomacy, as there was one teacher there who actually prepared students. So he went to his classes. He attended a couple of classes, I guess, maybe 2, maybe 3. And he came back and told me that it was a total disappointment, basically. He doesn't teach, he doesn't know what he's doing, etc. He basically told me that it was a problem. And I started teaching my brother. I think my brother was my first student because there was nobody else. I then found out that there were 3 other IELTS instructors working in Tashkent, and apparently I started as a 4th one. So I experimented on my brother. I taught him. He got 7. Then I started running classes, separate classes. IELTS used to be something like SAT nowadays. There wasn't a huge amount of demand in the market. There weren't many people interested. Back then, people didn't understand its benefits. Then with time, awareness increased. Then I started off classes. First, I had individual students. I worked with a couple of students. Then I started. I had general English classes too. I started basically advancing them to IELTS classes rather than upper intermediate or advanced. Then, for some reason, we had a huge demand on the market. With time, after 10 years, I guess, I stopped teaching grammar and started fully focusing on IELTS. I think it happened in 2020, somewhere around 2020, maybe 2019.
So that means until quite recently, you've been teaching grammar.
That's
right.
Yeah,
you didn't make that switch from grammar to IELTS right away.
That's right. Well, I worked as a grammar teacher for at least 10 years. From 2017 till 2017.
I see.
Yes, I think it was the best thing. I always recommend even our teachers to run grammar classes if there is a demand, because it gives the biggest foundation to the teacher, biggest confidence, biggest methodology. And grammar is something very different from IELTS, and a person who comes out of grammar classes is guaranteed to be successful as an IELTS instructor.
Yeah.
For some reason, I think this way.
Yeah. And what's something you learned as a teacher in your all years of teaching? experience?
Well, there are many things.
Like if you were to mention like 3 important lessons.
3 important lessons.
Yeah.
I learned by teaching. Wow. Well, first important lesson I learned from teaching was that I was born for this job, I think.
Okay.
Because as was mentioned, I had never seen myself as a teacher, but when I finished university, I had band 8 back then. My personal result was overall 8 back then. I had an option. I had many options. I could apply for foreign universities to study masters. I could apply for foreign companies in Uzbekistan. I could apply for ministries, etc. I even worked at the Ministry of Labor in Tashkent. Basically, I had much better options than teaching. Salary-wise, promotion-wise, development-wise, etc. When I was at that point, my salary as a teacher was not so high. And my future perspectives as a teacher were not so promising. When I finished university, I had an option to choose a completely different path with a bigger salary, with opportunities of traveling abroad, for example, with all those opportunities. I even had clear workplaces which would definitely hire me. But I made a decision back then in favor of teaching.
And what made you make that decision?
Because I fell in love with it. Because at that point I understood that I was born to become a teacher. And that that I'm a career teacher, you know? But if you thought logically, I had to go the other way.
Yeah.
Because of all the perks and opportunities.
Yeah.
But I made a decision in favor of teaching. And I think this is, do you know the reason why? Because teaching is addictive. All the attention you get from the students really has an effect of a morphine or heroin, etc., all those drugs, right?
Yeah.
And if you stop teaching, have you ever noticed that? You start dreaming about it. You have withdrawal symptoms.
Like an addict.
That's right, like an addict. Like a person who has smoked for 10 years and stopped smoking for some reason.
Yeah.
I understood this afterwards when I stopped. I worked at Ministry of Labor for 6 months. During that period, I understood that.
And quick question, do you still feel that way?
Yes, I do. Actually, some of the emotional problems I have had recently, I constantly have such problems. I think everybody has them. Are caused by the fact that I have stopped teaching on a regular basis. That's why I still run classes, and I mentioned them. When I go back to Tashkent, I'm going to resume classes for our prospective teachers. I still feel that way, but when I understood that I'm having emotional problems, due to that, I started working out different methods. I try to work with our teammates. I try to actually involve myself in the process of teaching and try to get that endorphin, morphine, or whatever you get by doing the things that you like.
And it's, sorry for cutting you short, and it's very important that in the process, there is an element of challenge. Like it's something I learned. I used to think I love teaching until at some point I started losing interest, and I wondered why. I actually felt like quitting my job and started managing full-time, or maybe just making social media content. It was not until I realized that that my job wasn't challenging enough. And that's when I had a little change of approach in my teaching and stopped sticking to my own curriculum and started trying new things in the classroom. And that's when the passion was back.
Great.
So
I'm glad to hear that. You should never lose that passion.
Yeah.
For example, to be honest, sometimes when I go around such podcasts or when I talk to people, when people refer to me as a businessman, I feel really badly about this because I have always considered myself as a teacher at the first place. This has been my life principle.
Yeah.
Even if I become a businessman, even if I succeed in business a lot, I would never put it over my teaching success, achievements I had as a teacher. And I think in our field, having that feeling is important. You should never forget that you're a teacher. Even if for some reason, for example, you stop running classes, remember that you're a teacher. Remember that you have to constantly bring in certain influence, at least to your team, to people around you. For example, this is what I do. I can't conduct regular classes. Do you know why? I cancel them a lot. I had classes. For example, I have a class at 6:30 today or at 2 o'clock today. And I have, at a certain branch, we have a problem which has to be solved today. Otherwise, maybe lots of classes will be canceled or it can even cause existential problems to that branch, right? And I have to cancel that class and go and solve that problem. And I saw students getting annoyed. I saw students, I saw that I'm giving a hard time to the students. That's why I had to cancel my regular classes. And there was a point in my career when I was in dilemma. To a certain level, I gave up teaching to a certain level. But I persuaded myself that, yes, I'm giving up teaching in this form, in this pattern, but I will not be giving it up. I will be transforming it into another level, into another form. For example, I try to conduct trainings to new teachers, new staff members of our learning center nowadays. I actually work with them. The environment is the same. I conduct it in the class. I talk. I follow the same procedures, the same steps as I used to do during my lessons. They are not conducted on a regular basis, on odd days, on even days, maybe once a week, but I still do it, and I recommend you do this.
Yeah.
So the first point, what was the question?
So the question is, what are some of the important lessons you learned during your experience of? So number one is you love teaching.
Yes, number one was that I was born to teach. I was meant for teaching, and the point when I understood it was a turning point in my career and life. And the second one was, well, I guess the second thing which actually served as a turning point in my career was when I understood that the results do not only come through lessons you conduct. You have to work very hard, even harder, outside lessons with your students. As a young IELTS instructor, I used to think that I need to focus on the quality of my lessons and conduct good lessons, and that's it. This will lead my students to higher band scores. No, when I understood that, I need to conduct mock sessions together with my students. I need to conduct speaking sessions together with my students, person-to-person speaking sessions. When I understood that I need to work even harder outside the class, it served as a turning point in my career, because we had our results quintupled, 5 times more results we had, basically. Not many teachers understand this. We talked about this with you. I actually saw myself in you yesterday.
Okay.
Well, today is Sunday. You ran a class in the morning. You conducted a mock test in the afternoon. You conducted a speaking session after the mock test.
Yeah.
And now you were at work.
Still having this
yes, having a podcast. I used to have the same attitude towards work, and this was a turning point.
I think you still do. Because if you didn't have it, you wouldn't have come here for this podcast.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, because you don't want to let your teammates down. You don't want to let students down. You want to show them that you're still after it, despite being 40. Yeah, because
almost 40.
Yeah,
37. Now, anyways, this was a time when I think when I learned that I need to work 5 times harder for the results of the students. This was a time when I actually understood the point in leading our students to higher results. And nowadays, we have turned this into a system. If an IELTS instructor works at our learning center, they have to do the same things. They have to work extra hours with our graduation level students. We have a level called IELTS graduation. They conduct mock exams. They work with their students. And luckily, most of my current colleagues are my students, and they actually saw me doing the same things, and they simply imitate what I've done for them. And this is giving, for example, last year we had 998 overall Band 7 plus holders.
Wow.
And this is 30% of IDP 7 plus results currently.
Do you guys don't? I need a moment to process that. Okay, 907 pluses in 1 year.
Almost 1,000.
Almost 1,000.
Yes.
That's a crazy number. Yeah.
Well, and I have to give credits to all the teachers employed at Everest. We have almost 500 people working at Everest now. We have 21 branches throughout Tashkent. And students, and this is the result of the hard work of the teachers.
Right. And wouldn't you say students also deserve some credit? This is the part of the podcast where I want to ask you what you think are some of the traits, personal qualities of students who are destined to become successful, students who are excellent.
Yes.
So what do you think are some qualities that make a student superior?
In my experience, what I have understood is that number one factor for students to become successful is their background in our job. If a student comes from an affluent family, they rarely have a reason to get 7 plus because their family can't afford their tuition, even if they, for example, enter a foreign university with high tuition requirements. They can afford to live well in that country, they don't, even if they don't know the language well, etc., etc. And this puts them in the mindset that they don't have to work so hard. Even with 6.0, they can reach the aims, they can reach their goals. But if a student has a background, at least from a middle-income family, for example, they actually understand that IELTS is a tool which takes them away from all the problems they have. They actually understood that a high IELTS band score is a key to all their problems. If they get 8, for example, they can win a scholarship. They can find a good job at the place where they go to. Even in Uzbekistan, they can find a good job. So basically, it's a good escape from all the financial problems you have, etc. And this puts them in the right track. If a student comes with those problems, even if you don't work hard with them, they will achieve the results they deserve. But I'm not saying that it's the main factor, but from my experience, trust me, I have tested hundreds, thousands of methods in order to, for example, solve the problem of absence in students, solve the problem of lack of homework, solve the problem of low levels of motivation, etc., etc., etc. I have come to the conclusion that student who is struggling in life right now financially, student who comes from poor backgrounds, for example, is highly likely to become a high achiever. It's highly likely. I had the same background. That's why maybe I know.
Yeah.
But the attitudes, the supportive family also play a role. But the case where there's almost, 99% possibility for a student to succeed is the one that I have just described.
Yeah, I never thought of it this way, honestly, but it makes so much sense if you think about it, because most of the successful students I know had to work for it. They weren't given. They weren't born with it.
That's right.
They had to earn it. They had that hunger and passion that came from deprivation. They were deprived of things.
That's right.
Right?
This is what I'm talking about, actually.
And they were brought up in tough times.
That's right.
Actually, there's a quote that goes, I want to share another quote. I'm sharing a lot of quotes today, right?
Okay.
So there's a quote that goes, and I'm, again, borrowing it from all other great podcasters out there. And it goes, tough times create strong men.
Exactly.
And strong
men... I thought
men...
that you were going to say that.
Say that, yeah. Strong men create easy times, and easy times create weak men, and weak men create tough times.
That's right.
And the cycle just repeats.
That's right. This is exactly true. I have seen this throughout my whole career, this whole cycle.
Yeah.
Okay, so first, I talked about the second one, and the third one, that what I learned through teaching, right?
No, actually, we were done with actually teaching. We were talking about excellent qualities of the student. So you have only one in mind, right? And that's their background.
Excellent quality.
Yeah. Like, would you...
You said I needed to come up with three, right?
Yeah, preferably.
So one of them is a background. Another one is... Another one is attitude of the student towards social media. Social media. Nowadays, we even have students at Everest. If you observe our Telegram channel, on a daily basis, almost we upload results onto the channel nowadays. We have students who send the results of their IELTS to their teachers in the form of a photo, and the photo is taken from Nokia mobile phones. You got me, right?
Yeah. You said Nokia.
Not a smartphone. A simple Nokia phone with buttons. They take the photo of the message from their friend's using their friend's mobile phone, for example, and send it to their teacher. We have increasing number of such students. In other words, they have got rid of their smartphones and changed their mobile phones to very simple ones. And they have only started relying on their laptops or computers when it comes to IELTS preparation and reached success. So the student who has the guts to refrain from using social media, I think is on the right path. This is the most important quality, I think.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, I don't want to talk about all the soft qualities,
like cliche things, right?
Cliche things, but this is exactly what every student should do, I think.
Yeah.
Social media is very highly distractive. What do you do to deprive your students of that?
I honestly do anything. I don't.
You don't do anything?
I don't.
Do you guys take away their telephones, things like that?
No, we don't. So we have an inspector at the school, and he goes by the name of Alisher Saliyev.
He's a tough guy, right?
Yes.
I guess.
He goes around building sometimes, checking students' phone. You can actually go and see the battery usage. So if the battery, it shows how much time you spent on each app.
That's right.
And if it's more than an hour, student gets instantly reported to their parent. So parents have to come down here. We take some disciplinary action measures. Yeah. And we keep a constant eye on that student. So they're like on probation. They're constantly being watched.
You guys here in Bukhara are in better position in terms of this.
Yeah.
In Tashkent, we cannot do this.
I think it's actually possible. Sorry for cutting you short again. And there's this actually, one of our colleagues, Mr. Parviz, was telling me that there's an app which gives you access to all those students' phone, and you can see where they're spending their time.
That's right. Well, the problem is not the app. We are well capable of even taking away their phones. The thing is, students in Tashkent are far more spoiled than those in the regions.
Oh, yeah.
Got it, right?
Yeah.
It is all in their mindset. It is all in their heads. It's even, for example, sometimes when teachers take away their phones, we have parents who come and make a problem out of it. They tell us that we don't have a right to take away the phone.
But don't you think that? But don't you think that's right? Don't you think that's right?
Well, it is right. It is. You mean parents' opinion?
Yeah, because like I wouldn't be comfortable with someone taking away my kid's phone. I'd understand if they got caught doing something illegal or really bad, unspeakable on their phone, but it's a very delicate matter.
We do not take away the phones all the time. For example, when we have level tests, level up tests, or mock exams, which I use to check up the progress of the children, we take away their phones because they distract them from the test process. We do not do it in a systematic manner. Actually, in general, we never do it. But even when we are obliged to do so, in case of examinations, for instance, we see the attitudes of the parents. Rather than say that we are doing our job well, rather than say that, okay, go ahead. My kid is too addicted on his or her phone. Please help me in this. They come and create problems for us. What I want to say is that in the city, people are more, how to say, they do not tolerate this. But while in the regions, in the case of Bukhara, I think teachers are very harsh and public is used to that, right?
And yeah, parents are supportive. Parents love that.
Well, I know that there are even teachers here who who use a cane, who basically hit the kids, right? Punish the kids with a cane, if they do not show enough respect towards the class, right?
Yes, Nasser Aziz, can you please say something here? We don't do it here, right?
Well, not at your learning center.
No,
I don't mean at Astra.
We don't do it here. It's happening over my dead body. I'm never gonna let that happen. Okay, kids, you're safe here. You can come to this school. Yeah.
Well, this is because you have modern mindset. But in Qorakol, I think there are still teachers who punish their kids, right? Who use bodily punishments, don't they?
So, how do you feel about that? Do you support it, or you think something has to stop?
Okay, well, that's a very sensitive topic, but I have to be honest. I think it is totally fine. I used to do it. I used to pull the hair of my students very harshly, like this way, upwards.
Okay.
It hurts a lot, but it's very effective. I used to pull the ears of my students.
If you were my teacher, I'd go to your class bald. I'd shave my head.
There were some cases when I pulled out the hair of my students even. Well, this is not something I'm proud of. I never do it nowadays. I stopped it about 3 or 4 years ago, but I don't think that was wrong. It worked well for lots of students.
Yeah.
It actually made them steady, do their homework.
Yeah. If I had right now a foreign teacher listen to this conversation,
they would be shocked.
They would be shocked.
Definitely.
Because all the ladies I had on, all the teachers, sorry, I had on the podcast, most of them were lady teachers, Savni and Kathleen. They were all talking about the importance of creating a safe and welcoming, cozy learning environment, so the learning process is effective, right? It's just different philosophies.
That's right. I have read a lot of things about this teaching methodology, about environment positive environment you should have in class, etc. But to be honest, if you think about the evolution of a kid, I mean, the evolution of their attitude towards studies at different points of throughout their life, at different ages, different methodology, different attitude is necessary. That's for sure. For example, children between first grade and fourth grade are childish. They have childish attitude towards teaching. It's hard to have them do their homework in time. And at that point, teachers have to be a bit strict, right? They have to, at least, well, I wouldn't say that they should apply bodily punishments towards them, but they have to be strict.
Right.
But with time, when teenagers grow, we have to admit that they become rebellious, they become a bit more independent, they start having their opinion on things. And at that point, teachers have to change their tactics, and they have to become more friendly towards them. They have to come down to their level and try to explain to them, etc., etc. This is an age factor. In other words, you can always be positive with the kids if they don't do homework. It's not always possible to explain to them verbally and have them change their mind and attitude, have them change their attitude towards doing homework. And there is also a cultural aspect we have to consider. I have thought a lot about this. For example, I have been in an American environment at school. I have been in a European environment at the university. I have never seen teachers threatening students if they don't do homework. I have never seen teachers punishing them. For example, it's fairly normal at our learning center to have students stand up at the end of the class throughout the whole lesson if they don't do homework, even nowadays.
Oh, really? You do that?
We do that on a regular basis.
Okay.
I think almost everybody does it.
Can you guys make sure Alishar doesn't see this part of the podcast? Okay? I don't want him seeing this part of the podcast.
Well, standing up is not such a big deal, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Other than that, we don't do... teachers, I have put a limit on punishments they use. This is something which is allowed, I have to admit. Now, in other words, cultural aspect is necessary to be considered. Historically, our country, Uzbekistan, has for decades we have been under the influence of big brothers, right?
Oh yeah, right? There's that.
And over the decades, I think we have had a change even at a DNA level, and we have become dependent upon some form of authority, telling us, making us do something, telling us and making us do something.
Yeah.
And I think we still have this in our culture, and teachers therefore must apply certain form of harsh measures in order to change attitude of kids towards homework. Yeah. I think it's totally fine. Maybe in 10 years, in 20 years, in 30 years from now, we will have kids who will listen to your words, right?
Yeah.
But nowadays we have kids who will never listen to your words. You have to use certain level of fear to have them do things.
Yeah.
Right? Do you know why you don't have this problem? Because you sort out the students. You get the students who are likely to get 8, 7.5. You filter out good guys. You do not have a class filled with class of 50 people, 40 out of which do not do their homework. You don't have such a class, I guess. That's why you can act in such a democratic manner, in a liberal manner towards your students.
Well, my approach to disciplining so-called bad apples is different. So I use this good cop, bad cop scenario. Good cop, bad cop. So I first give him the good cop.
Who's a good cop?
I'm the good cop.
Yourself.
So first I'm the good cop. So if you ever seen American movies, first the good cop comes in, brings you some donuts and coffee, right? It tells you that he's your mama. He's gonna take care of you. And this is exactly what I do when I walk into the classroom and there's a bad student. I say, "Listen to me, buddy. I'm your friend here. I'm your best buddy. I'm the best person you'll ever meet in your entire life, right? And if you do this, I'm gonna give you this in return. Deal, right? Let's make a deal." And they love it, and they love it. 99% of the time it works. And there is even this guy who used to get 15, 20 in his mock results. And that guy has changed 180 after we made a deal. He's now getting 35, 36 in 2 months' time.
Great.
Yeah. But with me it works. But if it doesn't work, when it doesn't work, I'm the bad cop. I'm the worst person they've ever met in their entire life. And I don't really smack them or pull their hair or punch them in the stomach or anything, right? So I tell them, okay, sorry, bud, I can't help you. Bye, peace. Yeah. Simple.
You can do this here in Bukhara because you don't have a lot of competition. You are on top. You're on top. Students know that if they leave, they will not find a better option. But in Tashkent, it doesn't work this way. We don't have that option. We are glad that students are coming through our doors. If we dismiss them from class, if we kick them out of class, they will find another place which offers the same service.
But don't you think that exact thing puts you in a weak spot, the students know that they're in charge. Students know that any time in the class they can stand up, say, "Hey, I'm paying for your class, so go and teach. Stay out of my business."
We do not tolerate if student has wrong behavior. No, I have always told our teachers, we have long-standing tradition. If the student insults you, if the student doesn't deserve your attention, if they do not, how to say?
Fall in line, like a big good soldier.
Yes, you can simply let them go. But if the student is lagging behind in class, and if the student is limping in terms of homework, for example, please do something. Please use different methodology to change him. I think I sent the wrong message. We never oblige teachers to tolerate students who don't deserve. No, don't do that. What I'm saying is that if a student doesn't do homework on a constant basis, we kick them out. That's right. If we struggle with them, if we try to change them for a long time, etc. But we tolerate multiple times. We try to change a student because the market in Tashkent obliges us to do that. We have high rent. We have a lot of competitors in the market, etc., etc. And we have to find ways to work with difficult students and change them. Here, you're living in a bit different reality. You're working in a different reality. The quality of your lessons, I should say that, are even at the top if we consider even the whole republic.
Oh, thanks.
Maybe you guys are offering better classes than all the learning centers in Tashkent. Maybe, I'm not sure, but it's from the results we can say this. That's why you are at a better position here. That's why you can afford to let some students go. But when you at our case, there are differences basically. Well, you know what, Muhammad Ali, I myself used to use multiple stages when it comes to difficult students, bad apples, as you said. Now, I used to use multiple stages. At the first stage, I used to be as nice as possible, and I still do this. I used to explain that homework is important. IELTS success is achieved outside class rather than inside it, etc., etc. Then, as a next step, I used to use simple punishments, like simply having them stand at the end of the class throughout the lesson. I should say that it's also a terrible punishment because my classes used to last for 3 hours, 4 hours. We used to start at 7 o'clock and end the lessons at 11 o'clock. Now, if this didn't work, I used to advance to the measures I said before.
I wouldn't want to be your student.
Then, even if this didn't work, I used to take the telephones of the students, and using their number, using their phone, I used to call their parents because parents always pick up the phones of their children.
Oh yeah, that's so sneaky. That's a good move. That's a good move. That's smart.
You should use it.
Yeah.
Now, and at the same time, they will not know your telephone number, so that they would not be molesting you. When you don't need that basically. So I used to call the parents and explain the problem to them, and I used to even exaggerate. For example, if the student didn't do homework 3 times in a row, I used to tell the parents that they don't do homework at all.
Yeah.
If they missed one lesson, I used to tell the parents that they missed 7 lessons. I used to basically increase the level of the rage in parents as high as possible, so that when they go back home, the parents would smack them, as you said. And even if this didn't work, I used to let the students go. So apparently what you do is, first you act as a good cop, then at the second stage you act as a bad cop and let them leave, right?
I wouldn't call it bad cop. I would just call it Indifferent cop.
Indifferent cop.
Yeah, no bad cop, not bad cop. Because I'm so afraid of students calling the police on me, because they can do that.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do.
We even had such situations at our experience. In our experience, we had some such cases.
Yeah, right. We talked a lot about students. Now, what do you say we talk a little about IELTS in more detail, and we're going to keep it real short. Right?
Okay.
Because we've talked about it 1,000 times before on the podcast, but it's still a big opportunity for me to get to know your take on this. So, would you like to share some tips for IELTS reading, listening, writing, and speaking real quick? Like one tip each.
Okay, Muhammad Ali. The last time I took the test, real exam, was back in 2021. I don't think I can come up with any valuable advice for you.
Okay.
Who is a niner, who has taken the test for 20 times.
Not necessarily, but you have more experience. You have something I don't, which is experience.
Well, it's still going to be...
What are some things that worked for you?
For me?
Uh-huh.
But it's still going to be something that you are well familiar with.
But our audience may not be, though, right? Right, guys? Okay. You guys want to know more about that, right? Yes.
Right. Now, well, when it comes to listening, I think that watching series helps me. I used to watch all the series, The Friends, How I Met Your Mother, Game of Thrones, Suits, all the popular series. And I don't actually remember myself having problems with listening. Although I didn't get all 9s in a row, getting a high score in listening was not a problem. The thing about movie series, and I recommend the audience to watch them without subtitles, because watching them with subtitles put you on the wrong track. You wouldn't work so hard to understand. You wouldn't listen so attentively to understand the characters in the films. So watch it without subtitles. And the biggest perk, the biggest advantage of movie series is that they talk in a casual manner. They change their tones a lot. Sometimes they talk loudly. Sometimes they lower down the tone, and they talk very quickly. They change context very quickly. They jump from one topic to another topic very quickly. There's a range of accents, etc., etc. And if you keep watching the series, you actually start feeling that IELTS listening test is being given to you in slow motion, in slow-mo. Right?
Yeah.
And basically, it becomes so simple that you even get bored during listening, to be honest. Does this happen to you?
Yeah, all the time. I'm falling asleep.
That's
right. Yeah.
Well, you know what they're doing, and you even start solving the test at the back of your head.
Yeah.
At the front of your head, you think about your daily life, your work problems, etc., etc. And at the back of your head, you start solving.
Yeah, becomes second nature.
That's right, and it becomes very easy. This is one of the takeaways I have taken from listening. But I wouldn't say that it's a good piece of advice for students, because this works when you reach a certain level of English comprehension. I mean, a certain level of English fluency. It doesn't work with lower level students. It works with those who score 8 in listening and those who want to increase it until 9. I think maybe it works for 7ers as well.
Yeah.
And it's dangerous to advise the students to watch movies to improve their listening skills, because I know lots of them who get addicted to them and eventually stop working on their practice and mistakes. Well, when it comes to reading, to be honest, I think I have managed to improve my reading skills just because I have developed a habit of being actually interested in what I'm reading, and I have developed a habit of learning something from the reading passages we have in IELTS. Do you actually get such an experience? For example, sometimes when I'm doing IELTS practice, I actually almost always come across with some form of very interesting piece of information, but just because I have questions to be answered, just because I have time running, I actually rush and basically go to the next question. And once the test is over, when the time is over, when I'm done with 40 questions, I go back to that passage and I actually read the passage to learn things and actually read the passage thoroughly because I'm interested in the information.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a habit that every IELTS candidate should form, I think.
It's a very good habit, and I could not agree more with what you said. A lot of people ask me in the comments section when I post essays on my channel, where do you get all those ideas? What do you read? Do you watch National Geography or do you read articles? No, I don't. I just, those reading tests I do on a weekly basis with my students help me out a lot in terms of knowledge, the insights that I put in on all my essays. Yeah. So reading is like killing two birds with one stone. And that's actually this piece of advice I got from Frank Ford as well. Yeah, he's a former IELTS instructor, and I think he worked as an examiner as well. And he was basically saying, writing improves with the reading. You read more, you see your writing improve because you simply learn more vocabulary, language chunks, and ideas. And you'll have those resources, the tools to articulate your points, to articulate your thoughts. The reason why students have trouble writing essays is simply because they don't have those resources. They have to go and get those resources in the first place before they can see themselves start writing good essays. Yeah.
That's right. Well, there is a good correlation between writing ability and reading ability. This is something I always emphasize to my students, actually. The problem with most of the candidates in reading is that they do it because they have to do it. They are not interested in the context. They are not interested in the facts given inside the IELTS passages. They are very, very interesting if you look at them. Totally,
yeah,
right?
they are.
They do it just to impress others, or they do the test just because they need that score. And they do not actually dive into the information given. And once they start getting interested into information, I think they will ace the reading part for sure. When it comes to speaking, well, I should say that this is one of my strongest parts, strongest skills.
Yeah, you're a great orator. Like you're able to talk on so many different topics in such great length, and that's so brilliant.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're making a compliment.
No. I mean it. It's a sincere one.
Very smart guy.
It's a sincere compliment, guys.
Thank you, Mohammed. I know. Thank you. The same can be said about you. The same. To be honest, in my life, I have had very few people who understand my message. Who understand me from the first time, like we did yesterday. There are very few people who are able to do that because I don't know. I have had so many unpleasant experiences, but you are good at it. You're good at sensing what I'm trying to say. That's something very impressive.
Thanks.
I talked about reading. Well, speaking. Do you know why I got 9 in speaking? I only got it once.
Yeah.
Because I didn't take it 20 times as you did, maybe.
Yeah.
I have taken IELTS 8 times throughout my life. And 4 of them was in a row back in 2021. I got IELTS 9 mainly because speaking 9 mainly because I watch the news on a regular basis. Because I remember being asked questions about celestial bodies, about cosmic research, etc., by the examiner during speaking examinations. And I remember giving examples from the real life, from the news back then. I remember ESA, European Space Agency, sending a probe to one of the comets, I think. Comet is called Comet of Gerasimov and Michurinka or something like that. One of the biggest comets, or meteorites, which go around the Earth. And back then, there was the European Space Agency managed to send a probe, have the probe land on the meteor, and they had it take the photo of the meteor, basically using that probe. And that was something which was done for the first time. It was just like sending a person to the moon. Nobody else did it before. And I remember talking about these kind of things to the examiner during the examination. And I remember having them constantly interested in the conversation. And I'm pretty sure that they learned a lot by having a discussion with me. And I'm pretty sure that I made them intimidated because they do not watch the news. You got it, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I got 9, I think, because it was very rich. The information I gave for each of the questions was very, very rich and impressive. I think that's why I got 9. This is what our candidates are missing.
So
unfortunately,
you're suggesting they should be interesting.
They should be interesting, and they should watch the news and use things happening nowadays, achievements in science happening nowadays, political news, economic news they see on TV, and talk about these to the examiners. Well, this is my way of getting mine. There are other methods too.
Yeah, for sure.
And this is what I recommend my students: read more news, be as informed as possible before you, and be as interesting as possible to the examiner.
Right. How about writing then?
I'm weak at writing. I have 7.5. I got 7.5 twice.
I mean, 7.5 is a decent score.
It is a decent score, but
in one of my recent attempts, I got 7.5 after I got 9. Yeah, it doesn't make me a bad writer, I guess.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, from my experience, I remember increasing my 6.5, my 6.5 towards 7. Why are they laughing? They didn't know about that?
No, they knew about that.
He got 7.5 in writing, right?
You got 7.5 in writing, didn't you? You got 7 though. You got 7 though. Yeah.
It's very impressive. He's 13, right?
And he got overall 7.
Overall 7.5. That's very phenomenal. We also have such students. We recently had a 14-year-old girl scoring 8.0.
8.8 overall 8. All right, Mr. Azim. Muhammad Aziz. When are you turning 14? I'm sorry. In December, so we have like 6 months. I'm signing you up, okay? We gotta go and beat their record.
That's right. You guys should. We have the interview of the lady, of the girl, on our YouTube channel. I think he should watch.
You're coming on the podcast. Get me an 8, okay, Mr. Muhammad Aziz?
Actually, such experiences are very interesting to the public.
Yeah.
You should have such guests as well.
Yeah.
To your podcast.
I actually have this deal on the table for all students at Astra. At Astra only, exclusively. So not 8 though. For 8, they're getting a cake. For if they get 8.5, they're getting a cake plus a podcast.
Great.
Oh yeah, great. It is. It is a good deal.
That's a good deal. But you should have lots of students eligible for this, right?
I don't think there's much. I don't know, interest. They're not that interested.
Really?
Yeah, they're like, what am I gonna say on the podcast? People gonna think that I'm dumb, or what if I make a mistake? So it's just they have a lot of insecurities.
You should turn it into a trend. At Everest, we have done a good job in this. I think we have turned this into a trend. Students know that they'll be given chance to talk in the public eye if they get 8.
Yeah,
and they try hard for this.
That's the thing. Students in Tashkent love that.
They do.
They love attention.
They love to be popular.
They love attention.
Some students achieve high scores only because of this.
Yeah.
They don't need it. They study in the 7th grade.
Yeah. Yeah.
They will have their scores expired within 2 years. When they are in the 9th grade. They don't need it at all.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah.
But they do it just to become popular.
Yeah.
Just to be seen on our social media platforms.
Yeah. It's the opposite here. The kids stay away from cameras. They're so shy.
Because you haven't turned it into a trend.
Yeah.
You should make it trendy.
No, we actually tell them the opposite because we don't want to send them the wrong message. We don't want to associate IELTS with stardom. We're sending the message that there's more to life than IELTS.
Right? Well, that's right. But you know what, Muhammad Ali, you can't be all right and you can't be all, how to say, you should approach this from another angle too. As an educational entity, your function is to appeal to as many students as possible. And your function is to generate as many results as possible, right?
Right.
So you should come up with other means. Don't be so, how do you say it? And I can't come up with an expression. There's an expression. Beli pushisti deydi ko'rsizlar. Don't always be good. And do you know what I'm trying to emphasize?
Yeah, angelic, all angelic.
That's right.
Angelic.
Angelic. Don't always be angelic. Start thinking as an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
That's going to be good for you, trust me.
Okay. Yeah,
the topic we talked about is...
well, I have a bunch of questions on that topipic too, but let's first wrap up the IELTS section. So we're going to put an end to IELTS and move on to business, only business. So...
Toshkentdagi bizneslar shunaqa vahshiylashib ketgan. Shu bilmaysizlar, ular kelsa bor, yomon qilib tashlaydi.
Yeah. I kind of got a taste of it yesterday.
Really,
after
they're going. You can't imagine how powerful the social media stuff is. You can't imagine. I used to think the same way. You should observe our evolution. We became active in Instagram. We became active in Telegram just recently. Maybe 2 or 3 years ago. We started business 12 years ago, but we started following media trends recently.
I know. I don't want to sound sanctimonious, but I'd rather starve to death than turn to those means to get more clients. Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about afterwards in more
later
detail.
On. So
I'll give you some cases that will change your mind.
I'd love to hear them.
For sure.
I'd love to hear them. It's going great. Now, one final question for IELTS. So
you asked a question about writing.
Oh yeah, writing. Yes.
There was a point in my experience when I actually managed to increase my writing score from 6.5 till 7.5. Decent 7.5, regular 7.5. And the main ingredient for that, I should say, was my attitude towards the structure of IELTS. For some reason, I used to, before, when I used to get 6.5 all the time, I used to see writing as something which can be achieved through formula and some kind of standardized patterns. For some reason. And I used to even teach my students to follow certain patterns. But when I got persuaded that this is not the right way, and when I got persuaded that different essay types, different essay topics require different approaches, they require separate special approaches, which which require something different from formulas we follow. And when I started approaching essays not with logic or not with certain patterns, and started actually using arguments I have, attitudes I have, and started basically approaching essays in a more free manner, freer manner, I started getting better 7.5.
Yeah. It's just probably because that when examiners see essays, they can tell if it's a mechanical essay.
Yes, that's right.
It's mechanical. And they can tell when there is human element.
That's right.
You start putting more of yourself, your creative
You're
thoughts.
professional at it.
Yeah.
You know, you have expressed it in a much better manner than Joe.
Your expression is also very clear, perfectly clear.
Thank you.
Yeah. And one last question a lot of people are dying to know is, would you like to get a band 9 one day?
Well, that's a question which a lot of people are asking from me over the past year. My colleagues, my acquaintances, everybody who knows me asks this question. Well, to be honest, getting a band 9 is something which I would definitely love, which is something which I always admire when I see new Niners coming out. Actually, all the new Niners coming out are starting to seem it easy, to be honest.
Make it seem easy, right?
Yes, it's starting to seem easy. And every time a new Niner comes out, I become more confident and more enthusiastic, to be honest. Well, I admire all the public attention. For example, you guys are getting Big Zot Mirakhmedov. He's getting a lot of public attention because of his achievement. You have got a lot of public attention, etc., etc. Well, basically, even I had a certain state when I was even, how to say, envious of that. I have to be honest. I was, why not me? Why not us? Why not them? I had such feelings. But it quickly passed. We went through that. Well, the urge is, I had the urge even at that level, I won't say. But nowadays, I do not rush to that. I don't see this as one of my top objectives nowadays, because I have much more important things to be achieved. And I think I have a lot of other important things that deserve my time. And let me explain to you why. Throughout my career, I remember the time when I was the only 8.5 holder at the Learning Center at Everest. I had my sister who got 8.5 before me, actually. In our family, my sister is the brilliant kid. She's the smartest. She got 8.5 first, then I got 8.5, I remember. It was in 2021 or 2020 maybe. But she wasn't a teacher at our learning center back then. So we had the point when I had 8.5 and nobody else had it at Everest. And at first it was exciting, but afterwards problems started to emerge. I used to work on with five classes every day. I used to be a hardcore teacher. And we saw students of other teachers basically coming to my classes, and even new students started basically refusing to join the classes of other learning center of other IELTS instructors was 8. And it turned out that I had about 600 students, and other teachers altogether had about 700 or 800 students. You got me, right?
You had as many students as all other teachers combined.
All other teachers, yes, because of 8.5 I had, and because of the publicity we had, because of the advertising, etc., etc. And then I started noticing that I am actually cutting the income of other teachers who also deserve the students who are coming into my classes. We even had teachers who actually made a comment about it. They said, Khurshid, you're taking away all our students, etc., etc. Well, it's a healthy competition. I used to urge our teachers to work hard on themselves, and this actually served as a main factor for a huge number of teachers employed at Everest to get 8.5. But still, to be honest, as a business owner, as a person who has founded the Learning Center, that was one of my biggest mistakes, to get 8.5 ahead of others and get all the income and all the money, basically. Far more money than others around. So that's why I lost interest in being ahead in terms of personal result, etc., of the team. And I understood that it's not within the best interests of our business or our company. You got it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And now when I am at that point, when I'm very interested, when I really admire 9 holders, still I'm not rushing with it. You know why? Because I'm not teaching on a regular basis. I'm not working with students. Where is the point in getting 9 and getting all the attention of our students and not teaching?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm waiting for other colleagues of mine to get 9s. We have one, Azamatov. He's a first 9er at Everest. We gave him Monza as a present. I promised all the other 9ers.
You gave him a
car.
Can I come and work for you, please?
Sure. We'll be happy, Mohammed.
Okay, I want to go and work.
There's one thing: you have to be an Everester.
Right, I'm changing teams now. Okay, get me a different T-shirt.
Well, if I knew it, I would have come with a T-shirt. Anyways, no, we'll be happy to have you. But anyways, to be honest, I'm waiting for at least 6 or 7 teammates of ours to get 9. Then maybe I'll start thinking seriously about it.
I have to cut this part of the podcast because if our teachers find out, keep it a secret. You understand? We're gonna.
Actually, we started this trend. We started. Begzot started this trend. He gave Gentre. I had this in mind. Way before Begzot, I promised our team that I'll be giving them a car as a present. The thing is, their colleague, their team got the first 9. Well, basically, they were ahead of us. That's why he gave the car before us, basically.
And which one is more expensive, Gentra or Monza?
Monza, for sure.
Monza, for sure.
It costs $18,000. And it's a way better car, trust me. Way better car. Now, in your case, I don't think you have to offer such a present.
I don't think, Mr. Zikola, we can't afford the car. I'm sorry, you're not getting a car, even if you get a Bandai.
You know, this is one of the elements of the competition I've been talking about.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
You got me right.
I finally get it. We're doomed. We're doomed. We're gonna be out of business in 3 days if you guys.
You're not doomed.
If you guys come over.
There are lots of other factors. I don't think that the 9er would do it for the car.
Yeah.
Maybe you can find some people who are motivated by things, by materialistic offerings, but I wouldn't say that. That's the case in your case. The thing about Bukhara, which I noticed, which I always have known, is that students here are very loyal to their teachers. The level of loyalty is way higher than other parts of Uzbekistan. Because at Everest we have lots of, a big part of our team come from Bukhara. And to be honest, I notice when I talk to them how much they value their teachers here. How much they care about them, etc. You guys have such an advantage here. I wouldn't say that one of your students will betray you just to get a car. I wouldn't say this happened.
No, even if they did, you have my blessing. Okay. Yeah, go for it, please. And then we're gonna share the car.
You shouldn't give blessings to betrayers. That's a wrong principle.
Yeah. Just kidding. Just kidding.
You shouldn't be so angelic as you say.
Yeah, just kidding.
Yeah, well, you should show some spikes. You should show some claws of yours.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know, sometimes I feel that I am too harsh about certain things, to be honest. I don't know why, but some people make a correct comment about things, about my attitude to things. They say that I'm too aggressive, they said sometimes. But I don't know, I really think that our success also had something to do with my attitude to things, this attitude of mine to things, I think sometimes this served right for us as well. And what were we talking about?
Getting band 9. So you said it's not worth it for now.
Well, it is worth it, but it's not time. I think I should wait for my colleagues. Instead, nowadays I'm urging our teammates to get band 9. Monza is only the tip of the iceberg. We have lots of other things. I don't mean things we promise. We have lots of other. I'm using lots of other means to motivate them to get band 9.
I see. Now we're moving on to the next part of the podcast where we're going to be talking all about business.
Okay.
Yeah, and entrepreneurship.
Great.
And before we carry on, I want to put a big disclaimer here. When most people think of business or entrepreneurship, they think about making money. But little do they know that there is more to entrepreneurship. It's all about solving problems, right?
That's right.
So I don't want people to get the idea that we are two greedy guys always thinking about money. No, we're talking problems. We genuinely want to help people. So speaking of entrepreneurship, would you like to tell us about how you founded Everest?
Well,
can we fix the position of the mic real quick?
Yes, sure.
I just want to make sure.
Like this?
No, hold it a little closer, like this to yourself.
Okay. Like this, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I just want to make sure it's picking up your voice.
Okay.
For good voice quality.
Well, well, it all was fairly ordinary. I don't want to come up with some kind of legendary stories about how we founded Everest. I have to admit that I was obliged to found my own learning center. Why? For one thing, well, I don't want to talk bad stuff about the workplace I was employed, but still, I had certain problems at the learning center I was working at. For example, we didn't used to have an air conditioner inside our classroom. There was one, but it was broken. And the workplace and the managers there cared little about solving this problem, cared little about providing it was a new air conditioner. Back then, this used to be hard, expensive, etc. I understand it, but the number of students I had and the amount of money I was leaving the learning center every month allowed tens of air conditioners being set up in the room. But they did little in this. They made little efforts in providing us with this, and it was very hard to teach in a hot class. And I used to have even students who would leave because of that. This was one. It might be a very small problem, but it was one of the problems. Well, basically, the environment at the learning center, they used to put limits on the paper use. Even they used to give a certain amount of paper, and we weren't allowed to use more paper than that. And I used to buy paper myself, and for example, if I'm organizing mock exams, I used to buy paper myself outside. Well, basically, the whole system was so absurd that I didn't see myself in that environment. And I was not sure that I will find the environment I want to have at another learning center in Tashkent. So that's why I decided to found my own business. Simply, it was because I was obliged to, in order to create conditions for my students, in order to create good conditions for myself. To be honest, back then it was much better to be employed at another learning center because rather than open your own, because the whole situation in the city was very hostile towards learning centers. Government used to conduct lots of inspections into learning centers. Government used to close down learning centers. For some reason, there was a huge hostility towards learning centers. And opening one used to be considered as a risk. Back then, opening a learning center required a license. You couldn't work without getting a license, and getting a license was almost impossible. You got me, right? It was much better to be employed at a learning center rather than opening your own. But I was so into teaching, and I was so obsessed about creating good conditions for the students. I went for that risk. I opened our learning center as Priority Education. The name was TPE for short.
That's a fun fact for our audience.
Yes, so it's a fun fact actually, because we didn't start as Everest at the beginning. We opened it as Priority Education. We basically added that the word top so that it would sound so that we could come up with an abbreviation TPE. Back then it was kind of cool to name your learning center with letters. You name it as an abbreviation. So we called the learning center TPE, and the company was started as Priority Education. At the beginning we had 5 classes. We used to work at one of the buildings close to Druzhba metro station in Tashkent. It was an 8-story building, and we rented. I remember renting a room on the first floor and renting 2 rooms on the first floor and 3 rooms on the 5th floor. We started the business with $7,500 investment. Actually, it was the money which I collected for about 2 or 3 years. Actually, that money was meant for my education, for my master's abroad. And I think it is one of the most important things when I decided to spend that money for the learning center. It was one of the best decisions of mine in life. So I collected money to study abroad, and I used it as an investment for our learning center. I remember my father helping me with money too. At the beginning of the business, my dad helped us a lot in many cases. My dad is an entrepreneur. He's a salesperson. He has always been in sales. We used to have a shop back in Sherabat. We used to sell things. So he used to help me with advice, with money sometimes. And we founded the first learning center, Priority Education, in 2012. After 2 years, we changed it to Everest. Because apparently the name chosen was not luckily chosen. Apparently there was a problem for the majority to pronounce, even to pronounce the name. And the word TPE had negative connotations, like TP, TPA.
Oh yeah.
Well, people didn't understand the message behind the name, basically, and they even struggled saying the name. And at one point, we decided that we need to change the name. Actually, back then, I thought that it was a successfully chosen name because I came up with it by reading autobiography of Steve Jobs, and there is a chapter which says "Know your priorities." He basically emphasized that you need to cut down on friends. You need to refrain from lots of things in life and focus on your business or focus on what you want to achieve in life, and basically know your priorities. So that's why I chose this name. I thought that Priority Education would send a good message to people, and I thought that students coming to our learning center would put education ahead of everything, on top of everything. But from the point of marketing and from the point of social media, etc., it didn't work out. Our people didn't understand. Then I decided to change the name to Everest. Actually, we copied the name, not from another learning center, but
that's
right in the middle of, right in the center of the city. There used to be a shop, grocery shop called Everest. When I saw the name, I thought that that make a good name for our learning center. Because good names. Do you know how you find out that the business name is good? Brand name is good?
Yeah.
It has to give you emotions. It has to give you emotions.
Like evoke some feelings in you.
Yes. For example, Apple gives you emotions because you may love the apples. Maybe you ate apples in the morning, and if you hear the name, it gives you emotions. And Everest gave emotions. I thought that it would give emotions to people who understand, who get familiarized with our brand. And it really does. It really urges you. And I think students who are come to our learning center to conquer that Everest, to get to the top, to achieve top results, etc. And when the name gives emotions, you can use it in advertising, in social media, in reels, etc., etc. You can come up with interesting slogans associated with the name, etc. So that's why I think it was successfully chosen. We have copyright on the logo and the name. Copyright is given for activity number 41, in other words, education, because it's not the name we have invented. The name existed before us, but nobody else can open an educational entity using the word Everest. They can open, I don't know, a restaurant, they can open some kind of a manufacturing company, etc. And we have a patent on education. We have a patent on name Everest University. We have a copyright on name of Everest School, Everest Academy. I have five companies, and I think I have about 6 or 7 copyrights on the name Everest. Nobody else can open a university, for example.
Everest in the entire country.
No, we can sue them if they do.
Yeah, and
we have guaranteed that. You should do that too.
We actually, we have been having trouble getting a patent for our school name because because of some legal trouble. And it's not legal trouble. It's just there is another company with the word Astra in their product. It's actually a cigarette company.
That shouldn't be a problem.
That shouldn't be a problem. But for some reason, our lawyers making us so much trouble.
However, I know a very good solution to this. I have people who can help you.
That would be a massive favor.
If you get to Tashkent, meet me up.
Please. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
At the Department of Copyright Issues, Republican Department of Copyright Issues.
Yeah.
I have people there. Will help you.
But
if it's possible to solve it there,
that would be great. We tried pulling some strings, talking to people, but nothing seemed to work. And finally, we did get a patent, but it's not at Astra spelled as 2 words, but as 1 word. And I think we have patent only for educational center.
Okay. Well, basically, you have it for educational?
Yeah.
Until what year?
I don't know. Alicia is in charge of this. I'll ask him.
Okay. Well, then you have the patent. You shouldn't worry about it.
All right. Don't worry.
Because Astra is not the word you created. It's not the word. I think it existed even before, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the projects of Steve Jobs. Elon
Musk. Yeah, he named the school at Astra.
His school at Astra.
But I don't really mind getting sued by Elon Musk. Elon Musk, see you in court.
Okay. That's fine. That's school.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that the name you have chosen gives emotions?
Oh yeah.
You have to be very intellectual to get emotions from your name. When I saw your name, I got emotions. I thought of Elon Musk, etc. I know a little bit Latin. I know that it means to the stars, etc.
I got emotions, but do you think that 90% will get emotions?
Never be. Most parents think it's a cigarette company. That's what they think.
Well, we have such a problem.
Yeah.
There is a fast food restaurant called Everest in Tashkent.
Oh, they do.
Yes, there is a motor oil company called Everest. There is a restaurant, just a restaurant called Everest. We used to have a lot of learning centers called Everest too.
Oh, you copycats.
Yes, we have copycats in Sergeli, in Kharatosh. Even in Bukhara, I'm pretty sure that there is Everest nowadays.
Yeah, can you just look it up real quick?
In almost every region of Uzbekistan, we have Everest because I have my friends who I have my acquaintances, friends, students who take a photo and send me. At the beginning, I used to get frustrated and angry. Nowadays, I feel indifferent about that.
Yeah.
Do you know how we got rid of Everest in Tashkent?
So how did you do that?
We had two options. We had a legal option. We could have sued them and make them change their name, or at least take away banners and billboards they used to have, they had. Or we had the option to simply let them go. And we chose the second option. And instead, we worked on the strengths of our brand name. We worked hard on making it, stronger and stronger and get more public attention. And with time, those learning centers started noticing that they're working in our shade. And people have started to understand that they're not a real Everest. And naturally, they faded away. Evaporated. Actually, there was one case when I talked to the owners, one of the owners of one of the Everests. It was a lady. And I remember the conversations. I called her, I told her we have copyright, you don't have a right to use this name. So and she said, listen, I know you well. I know that I copied you, I admit that. But this is the only source of income I have. We have a little learning center, which is in the basement of our Khemran's apartment. We have 3 or 4 rooms. My husband is in Russia, struggling to help the family. I have 3 kids. We're not as successful as you think. Please let me work, she said. So in that point, I understood that it's, from my side, it will be evil to cancel them, cancel the event. So I simply let her go. I told her, if you need so, you can ask me. So that's fine. Go ahead and we can work. It was in Sergeli, basically. Afterwards, we let everybody know. Even if we were in the legal position, even if when we were in better, we had the right to have them canceled, have them take away their name. We let them go. And with time, they disappeared. In Tashkent, there are no Everest. We have left no room for them, I guess. Almost each hotspot in Tashkent is conquered. We have three or four more hotspots left.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Other learning centers, watch out, they're coming for you.
Well, to be honest, that would be hypocritical not to admit that we are competing with others. That would be hypocritical not to admit that. But to be honest, I'm not focused at that. I'm focused at our own challenges. I'm focused at our own growth. Whenever we try to open a branch at a certain part of Tashkent, we do not go about and look for other learning centers working there. We simply go to that place and assess the demand there. Well, basically, we rarely focus at others about. Maybe other learning centers are dying out naturally, but we're not doing something against others. We're not doing something to cause others to go bankrupt, etc. It's happening naturally. The same thing can happen to us. For example, when another better learning center comes with a better solution and starts working in close proximity to our branches. I mean, The market is growing naturally. Everest is growing naturally with the market. Our aim is not to harm the learning centers. We think that instead it works against our interests. Because I don't know if you have noticed this or not. Whenever you have a lot of learning centers compiled at the same place, you have a much better influx of people, much bigger influx of people coming. We instead try to go to the place where there are lots of learning centers, because the existence of lots of options brings in clients to that place. And it's better to have others around rather than serving the whole market yourself. It doesn't work this way. You're gonna lose all if everybody else dies out.
Yeah.
Well, we have noticed that, for example, at our Monza branch, it went well because we have a lot of learning centers around, and it's still going well because of that. We can't imagine being a single learning center at that place. We would definitely fail, because you can't appeal to every single client coming, and you would definitely. And the client would definitely have no choice of comparing you with others. And even the small problems you have would be seen to them, and they would leave if you're alone in the market. You got me, right?
Yeah.
And nowadays we have huge influx of clients who come to Everest after experiences at other learning centers. They eventually choose to study it. And healthy market works this way.
Yeah.
And we always try, and I always try to emphasize this when we are trying to open a branch. Process of branch opening is a whole another story, actually. We can talk about it.
Yeah, for sure. I love that.
But this is not our mission. You don't want to.
So what was your mission at the moment? And before we talk about that, what was your mission back then, and how's it different now?
Like right now, our number one mission is to open a school. Or a school first. It's a global Tashkent. We want to open a complete private school, because the market is moving towards that. I don't know if you have noticed this or not. In Tashkent, we are already having a change in business. Before, we used to appeal to students with higher level. Students with 7, for example, actually used to come to our learning center in order to increase it up to 7.5 or 8. We used to even have students with 7.5 who came down to get 8, etc. Nowadays, this trend has changed. Students who are likely to get a high band score are choosing to study themselves. They are following marathons conducted by Niners, etc., etc. And nowadays, we mostly have beginners or elementary students now. And all those achievers we are nurturing are coming out of that mass of students. Well, it's a good achievement, but the big part of achievers is getting lost. And there's a trend towards self-study, and allowing students who are able to do it. And this trend will continue. With time, we will come to the point of South Korea. You know what the situation is like in South Korea nowadays?
Not really.
In South Korea, there is a concept of academies, learning centers like we have nowadays. But almost all of the learning centers are specialized in kindergarten students and primary school kids. You know why?
Why is that?
Because all the other students are able to self-study. They do not go to a learning center in order to get IELTS. Instead, they go to a library and live there, work hard on themselves for 3 months and get that score, even if they don't have a good level of English. Their culture has developed to that point. Older guys, even teenagers, I don't know, 14 years old and older, doesn't need learning centers. They are able to do it themselves. So learning centers have, with time, specialized in young people, because young people would never do self-study. They don't have discipline, etc. Our market is moving towards that too. At least in Tashkent, this is happening.
Yeah.
This is one aspect. Another aspect is we will not need learning centers once we have abundant number of private schools, because they will start providing what learning centers are doing. And this trend has already started in Tashkent.
It's happening in Bukhara too.
Right.
One of the guests I had on the podcast, Mr. Firdaus Navruzo, and he owns a private school here called Knowledge Academy.
Right.
And he was telling me off the record, so that soon all learning centers are going to be out of business because those private schools will teach IELTS, SAT, and there's something called the Cambridge Standard Test. A levels, and all going to be taught by those private schools, and we'll all be out of work.
We have 10 years, not soon. In about 10 years, those schools have to have at least one generation of graduates. Private schools, I think the first private schools, as they are working nowadays, good private schools opened about 2 years ago. They have to persuade the public first that after 11 years of studies in their schools, graduates can get IELTS 7.5 or 8. They have to persuade this first.
Yeah.
So we have about 10 years in country, right?
Yeah.
Actually, there are so many private schools in Tashkent nowadays, right? We have even conducted research. At Everest, we have about 10% of our students come from private schools.
And so that's extracurricular.
We have about 25,000 students. About 2,000 comes from private schools. Parents pay 5 million, 5.5 million, 6 million to the private schools, but
monthly or yearly?
Monthly. Oh my God, that's a huge business. I pay 4,750,000 source for my child. She studies in the second grade. It's worth it.
You guys are way ahead of us.
Maybe.
Because I right now kind of comparing the price you mentioned with the price mentioned by Mr. Firdaus.
How much was it?
There's twice as much difference.
2.5 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, the price range in Tashkent is really bubbled up, I guess. I wouldn't say that the service they are providing doesn't correlate with the price they're asking.
Yeah.
No. And 2.5 million is a good price, actually. It's a nice price. Anyways, so we have about 2,000 students at Everest who simultaneously study at our IELTS courses and study at private schools.
Yeah.
This means that private schools are not doing that job yet, because if students were satisfied with what they're getting there, they run IELTS courses. The English classes are IELTS courses. If they were doing a great job, that bulk of students wouldn't come to Everest to study.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, we have some time, but we are heading towards that. Nowadays, my biggest passion is to start our first school. Because we may be losing the market and the gap which exists in the market. However, I'm not going to be rushing, most probably not during the coming academic year. Maybe at the beginning of the following academic year, we'll have a school, our private school.
Yeah.
And the biggest problem is, do you know what?
What's the biggest problem?
That in Tashkent, if I want to open a private school right now, I have to rent a huge place. And even I have looked for a place. I visited 3 or 4 places. And the cheapest price for the facilities we need is $27,000 a month. Rent, I mean.
That's rent.
That's the rent, yes. Because schools require a canteen, they require outdoor pitch, require gym facilities, etc., etc., etc. You need a big building to run a successful school. So the biggest obstacle in front of me now is to buy a place for the school. I don't want to open our first branch, our first school at somebody else's place.
So
I want to open in my own place. It's going to take time. I think we need about $2 billion for that right now. But I think we'll do it in the upcoming months.
I'll be one of the first people to study there.
You'll surely be the guest when we open the school.
I'd love to be there. Yes, I'd love to be there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's it. Right. So more on Everest. I'd love to know. I'd love it if you could let us know on your staff recruitment process and how you go about training them. These two. Because during the podcast you use the word Everester. Like I wonder what that is, like pedestrian.
Yes.
Right? Pedestrian Everester.
That's right. You really should work on turning into a thing.
It is a thing. Actually.
Is it a thing?
It is a thing. Like a once pedestrian, forever pedestrian. We have our code.
Great. And you should emphasize it at every step on social media, etc. Because magic behind it is that it builds up a community. And it is something which keeps the community spirit. We opened Everest in 2012. We have Everesters who finished our courses about 10 years ago. And those Everesters still have that community spirit.
They do. I actually noticed that yesterday when I dropped him off at his hotel and he was talking to a random guy. And that was one of your students.
Yes, he was an Everester, one of the Everesters. And this whole trend, I shouldn't say that it's a trend. It's something I consider this as our strongest points. And it's good that you sensed its importance too. We even have people who, for example, meet up in Korea and find out that they're Everesters. And they make a short video message. Tell me, like, yeah, look who I found, an Everester, etc.
You got Everesters all over the world.
We do. We have a lot of Everesters in Bukhara as well.
Can I ask a cool question? When are you sending the first Everester to Mars?
Maybe we'll see.
Yeah.
It's not going to be happening anytime soon.
Imagine Everest on Mars. Yeah.
That's right. That'd be cool. But yes, that's a very important concept.
Right.
And it's one of the things that gives a feeling. For example, when we need help, we directly approach our students. We tell them, Everesters, it's time to wake up. It's time to come and help us. We have this problem. Let's solve it, etc. This consolidates our whole community, all our students.
Yeah. How about the staff recruitment process and training?
Okay. Well, I don't think 2 hours would be enough to explain all the.
Just give us the gist of your training process, recruitment training process.
Well, we have multiple criteria. I'll be explaining each criteria to you for our staff. Okay, let me tell you the most important criteria. It's a motif. When we are employing anybody to our learning center, the thing which we seek in them first is the fact that is why they need the money, basically. We only employ those by whom we can influence the family, we can influence the parents, and by the money they earn, if we are sure that they will basically cause a family to flourish, to grow, to benefit, we will definitely employ. This is one of the first criteria. For example, I had a conversation 2 days ago. I haven't given HR to anybody else. I'm in charge of HR. this is something which takes up most of my time actually. This is what I do nowadays. I interview students on the phone, candidates on the phone. Let me give you 2 accounts. I had a student, girl, with 7.5. I talked to her 2 days ago. I don't know how correct, how right for me to be talking this way right now. But anyways, you asked the question. Let me give you the clearest message. She has 7.5. She is, I think her speaking was 8. She's a student at Westminster University. She speaks Russian fluently. Perfect candidate for the job. But her father is a big business guy. I know her father. She owns one of the biggest businesses in Tashkent. When I talked to her, I understood that through her, we will do nothing for the family, because family is already loaded with money. They need the money. Yeah. So I asked her some grammar questions. I actually made her fail, and I actually told her she couldn't pass a grammar test. I canceled her employment. I don't know whether maybe I'm evil doing so, but I refused. I thought that we should give the opportunity to a representative of a family who's far more in need than her. I see each vacancy at our learning center as an opportunity. And I know that there has to be somebody who well deserves it. Because this is what made us successful. I'm 100% sure.
It's your team.
Yes, the team has made it successful. Basically, and I had another account which I employed. There was a guy with 7. He didn't know Russian at all. He comes from Namangan. His father passed away 5 or 6 years ago. Family is really struggling. The guy is really struggling. He has to pay tuition. He lives in a dormitory. He's the only child in the family. I think he had 2 sisters. There were some problems with this guy that would make him ineligible for our vacancies. But I ignored those problems. I employed that guy because I'm 100% sure that it will help the family through him. Okay? So this is number 1 criteria that there is right now. I recommend you do so as well. Go through. Well, I check the background of the candidates. I really feel that they, not only them, but the whole family needs to employ them. This is the first one. And why we do this is, for the most part, for the student themselves. If the students are in need, if the family is really struggling, that guy will withstand the difficulties, will withstand all the problems he or she is about to face in the future, and will turn into a successful teacher in the future. And throughout our experience, we have noticed this. And this is the conclusion the whole team has come into. This is not only my conclusion.
It's like an open secret. Everybody knows.
Well, our teammates know it. They have given this idea. Let's not employ the rich guys. Let's employ the guys who really need it. Let's help the society through employment, they say. And, well, most of the systems, most of the principles we have is a property of the team. I didn't come up with that myself. And that's why I think we are developing very quickly. Now, this is one of the principles. Another criteria is that the candidate must be in a university to be employed at our learning center. We even have 8.5 holders, even 9 holders from abroad, asking for a job to work at the learning at the university. I have
a message on my notes. I don't even read what they're saying. I copy and paste the response. Refusal. You got it, right? This is concrete principle of ours. They have to be Everesters, regardless of what kind of band score they have, regardless of what kind of experience they have. Even if they're aliens, we will not. Even if Elon Musk asks it, we will not employ him at Everest.
Does that mean I have zero chance of becoming an Everest?
You have a chance of 100% chance of becoming Everester, but you have a 0 chance of becoming our teammate. For this, you will have to study at one of the courses.
I will sign up. Let's do it.
Come on, don't intimidate me, come on. Now, although we would be happy to have you as an Everester, I think you will be our honored Everester someday.
Oh, thanks.
Maybe I will grant you some kind of medal or something.
Oh, thanks. We actually have a similar policy here. The policy is identical. Identical. So we only hire those students who graduate our program, A&M.
Great.
So if they want to come, if anyone comes looking for a job here, firm rejection.
Great.
Firm rejection.
You should stick to that.
Yeah, they have to sign up for the program, even if they have amazing level of knowledge, because we want to test them through that process. We want to see them in action. We want to see them how they react in high intensity situations. Right? We want to see them what triggers them. We want to see them how they respond when they are tired, exhausted, and so we want to see whether they have those qualities: perseverance, discipline, the consistency, and the eagerness and the thirst for learning and going the extra mile. And you can't do that with an interview. You can't do that. You can't get someone to do a test and use that result to hire someone. You need to see them in action, and you need a certain amount of time to do that. So I feel like you got the right idea. Having them sign up for your program and getting them to learn your program, it's like killing two birds with one stone. One, they're getting to know the internal workings of the school, how things are run. That's right. And number two is you're saving yourself whole training process, right?
That's right. So however, you're forgetting about one very important thing.
Yeah, which
Can you
is?
come up with it?
Okay, one important thing.
All you said is correct. That's why we employ Everesters. Because they're cooked in the same bowl as we are. They see the process, they see what the teachers are doing, what the management is doing. And simply by replicating their approach, we become successful. Then when we see them in actual work process, we see how hard they work, we see how they deal with challenges, we see how much commitment they have, etc., etc. They're forgetting about one very important thing. You may not notice this here in Bukhara. You may not have this problem here in Bukhara because you don't have a lot of other strong learning centers, competitors.
Maybe not. Is it like a sense of loyalty?
Yes, you're coming close.
Okay.
You're coming close. Well, my logic works this way. We know our market, we know our segment well. We know that we appeal to students. Well, I wouldn't say that our price is the cheapest in the city. Our price is a bit below average. But not the lowest. There are lower prices on offer in the city. We know that people coming to Everest sometimes do so because they are obliged to do so. Or even if they are not obliged to do so, they imagine a customer journey. How do they choose? How do they pick a learning center? They compare the price, right? They compare the results. They compare teachers. They compare locations. They compare the system, work overload, right? How much homework they give, etc. So they may even compare social media accounts, how many subscribers do they have on Instagram, etc. Things like that. Students are so stupid that they try to compare from that angle, etc.
if a student has chosen Everest when he had no level, this means that he or she has trusted their result, they have trusted their future. They have genuine interest in our system. They have genuine trust in our teachers, etc. And they have trusted their future to us. And when they were nobody, they came to Everest. And when they finish our courses and get 7+, we don't have trust issues with them because they chose Everest when they had the other options. That's why we employ them. A question arises when, for example, a student from another learning center applies for a job at Everest. Mm-hmm. Especially if the learning center is our direct competitor, especially if the learning center they have study guide is another chain learning center. A question arises, why did he or she choose that learning center mm-hmm. when he needed to study, and why is he or she choosing it when he needs to work? Mm-hmm. And logically thinking, this means that the person is only coming to earn the money here. They do not have genuine trust in Everest. Mm-hmm. If they did so, they would have come to Everest at first place, because there are no other excuses nowadays. We have branches almost everywhere in Tashkent saying that it was too far from their home, mm-hmm. saying that, etc. They didn't know about Everest, etc. is becoming increasing. We don't trust them because everybody knows Everest and they have our branch close by. Well, basically, this really shows that they have genuine trust in us, and it's one way of expressing gratitude to the students who are studying at Everest. It's one way of pleasing them, mm-hmm. etc. I think everybody should have this principle if they want to be successful, because it's number one factor in building up a good team. Mm-hmm. If you have a new worker beside you, you're 100% sure in them. You feel supported because you know that they studied here. Mm-hmm. You know that they have a much longer experience with your company. It's not somebody who was at the street yesterday and ended up at becoming your teammate. Mm-hmm. I don't trust such people, for example. There are lots of people who are trying to get into Everest in order to learn our system, in order to take away students we have, in order to, I don't know, within small amount of time, earn a lot of money. They know how our system works. We do not give salary to teachers. We grant them the share. They receive percentage-based salary. Everybody knows that in Tashkent. Lots of people know that in Tashkent. So, basically you should have this principle, and you should never cancel it. Even if you are starving, even if you really need people to be hired. For example, if you branch out and connect with another affiliate.
Yeah, I'll be sure to keep that in mind. I mean, as much as I agree with you on the point of building brand loyalty, mm-hmm. I at the same time think that we should not be so against hiring outsiders, because then the market is going to get very stiff. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, imagine this. I'm going to give you this perfect scenario. How do you feel if all soccer players who got trained by Barcelona played for Barcelona? How do you feel if Messi never left Barcelona? How do you feel if Ronaldo never left?
I would feel perfectly fine with that. That was the biggest mistake of his to leave Barcelona. He should have stayed there.
Okay. How do you? Okay, let's not talk about Messi and Ronaldo. Let's pick different examples, like Mbappe, right? He used to play for PSG, right?
He used to play for Monaco.
He used to play for Monaco. Now he's in PSG. I don't think this soccer industry would be as interesting if he had stayed in Monaco, right? Yeah.
Okay. Well, I got the point. But
things were different.
Let me put put this in a different manner. Imagine you're a pharmaceutical company. Imagine that you hired a team of your professionals, let's say 15 people, to come up with a drug, to come up with a medicine to fight cancer, certain unique form of cancer. They came up with a formula, they were successful, and you're producing that drug, that medicine, and you're working at your company, and they all bear the secret, formula, they know the secret formula. And one of them starts working for your competitor. Would you let that happen?
I'm not sure if it's a good example here, because I don't think there's much secret about education. Knowledge is...
I don't agree with that. There's a huge number of secrets. If you don't have secrets, this means you haven't reached the level yet.
No, we honestly don't.
Well, I don't mean secrets in the material you use, in the knowledge you use, but every successful company has secrets in terms of the ways they conduct business, they do business. For example, at Everest, we have certain aspects of our work process which we don't want others to know.
I see.
I have my students who have left Everest and opened their own learning center. They have founded their own learning center. I'm perfectly fine with them. They get my blessing. I have recently had to be honest, one of the oldest students of mine, one of the most trustworthy students of mine. He worked at Everest for 7 years. He got my blessing. He opened his learning center. I am in close contact with him whenever there is a threat in the market. I call him, I tell him what to do, etc. He keeps contact with me, etc. I'm perfectly fine with that if they open their own learning center. Even if an Everest leaves, learns everything at Everest and starts a company himself, a learning center, himself or herself, and if they ask for those secrets, I will tell them. That's not a problem. You got it, right? But the problem is working at Everest and going to our direct competitor and telling all the secrets we have. Business doesn't thrive this way. You have to make sure that your interests are protected. Yeah. You have to do everything in your power to do so. And thinking angelically all the time doesn't work. Our team, Everest team, knows that. Everest, even if we are 465 people today, right now, I mean the teaching and administrative staff, we have other people working also.
That's the size of your staff.
Yes.
465.
463.
Can you believe that? And that's the size of a school.
We have 21 branches. We have 25,000 students today at the moment. You need a lot of people to...
It's the size of a small town. That's a big conglomerate. That's big.
My hometown has 30,000 population. So, are you guys hearing this?
Or did I get these numbers wrong? He said his hometown population is 30,000 people at the school.
We're not
that size.
We're not there yet. We need 5,000 more.
Still, that's an impressive achievement. Yeah.
Well, yes, it is an achievement. But to be honest, numbers don't always mean anything. Results matter. Results matter. For example, right now we have 25,000 students studying at the Everest, right?
Yeah.
The result for the whole year for 7+ students was only 1,000. That's a big, that's a big problem for us. We have 25,000 students right now. If you calculate graduates for the whole year, maybe that make about 200,000 students who studied at Everest. And out of 200,000 or 150,000, we only have 1,000 getting 7+. You got it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, numbers don't always mean something.
But not all students need 7+, right?
Well, this is true as well, especially in the case of Tashkent.
Yeah.
In the case of Tashkent.
They're fine with like 6, 5.5.
Yes.
Just get on with their lives.
Sometimes I get really satisfied that we almost have 0 5.0 0% 5.0 holders. We do have 5.5.
Not a single.
Almost 0%. No, I would percent, almost 0%, maybe half percent.
Yeah, but so
Maybe 0.7%. But maybe those who get 5.0 do not tell us that they bought. Maybe. You got it, right?
Yeah.
So that's why numbers do not always mean anything. You really have to, if you want to come up with an objective result, you really have to research carefully. What was I talking about?
Staff. You said big
Staff.
staff. Yeah. All that is no secret.
Yes, the staff, one of the key features of building a successful staff is having those secrets. Because otherwise, why would we be so, close-knit, right? Why would be what would make us a team? Simply working under the same brand? No. Building up a great system, coming up with principles, actually feeling that you have a contribution, you have your brick on that construction would make up a team, which walks the walk, as you said, if it's necessary. Team is built not by simply picking 8.0 8 holders from the streets. You would have a bunch of random guys who do not have the actual feeling of the company. And for the most part, what they have in mind is to make money. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe this is one of our problems.
That's a very hard-headed way of looking at business, and something I personally like. I'm, like you said, a very open.
Do you remember yesterday I said that you would be, if you were in Tashkent, you would be dangerous as a player because you have similar principles as we do.
Really?
Yes. And you can't imagine how happy I would be if you guys open a branch.
But speaking of dangerous players, when would you like to come to Bukhara?
We?
Yeah, Everest.
Do you know what I noticed? A big problem. I don't know. Maybe this is inadequate to talk about.
No, please do.
But
Please do.
In Bukhara, yesterday when I got out of the airport, all the taxi guys addressed me in Tajik. Now, people today in the center address me in Tajik. Everybody, default language is Tajik, right?
Yeah.
100% people talking Tajik. That's not a problem. My mother is Tajik. I'm not being, racist, no. I am half Tajik. If we come to Bukhara, the biggest problem is going to be this. We will have to come with Tajik speaker team whose native language is Tajik.
Yeah.
And this is one of the problems which I didn't oversee, which I didn't expect. It's going to be a problem.
But Tajik almost never gets used in the classroom. Almost never gets used.
But, if you have learning centers whose language in class is Tajik already, we will have to provide that too.
There's not a single learning center here which teaches in Tajik.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Not a single.
Astra to Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
How come? Everybody speaks in Tajik.
Because
how do they switch into Uzbek when they get into the class?
They just like that.
No.
Oh yeah.
Wait a second. I would understand if it's a school. If it's a school or
everywhere. Because when you walk into
private learning centers,
yes, they use Uzbek
or Russian.
Yeah, Tajik only to crack jokes. Like Alicia does. I think like Alicia does in the class.
Wait a second. What's the point in having a teacher who speaks in Tajik and all the students who speak in Tajik and conduct classes in Uzbek?
Because our Tajik is so diluted. Diluted means it's not real Tajik. It's mixed up with Russian and Uzbek. If you try teaching students English in Tajik, you'd end up.
It's not going to work?
Yeah.
It's not going to work?
Yeah, you'll end up with English Tajik.
Okay, that's good to know.
That's good.
That's good to know. So I shouldn't panic then.
No.
But what I want to point out is that
you are in whole another planet.
Yeah.
You're adapted to the oxygen here. You're adapted to the soil here. You're adapted to the sun here. We're going to have a hard time to adapt here.
Not really. If you come inside of a shop, Mr. Zakova will be the first guy to go work for you. Because he wants that Monza.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say that Monza is going to be a factor because there are lots of learning centers which offer this.
Yeah.
Well, you can offer Monza too to the first, I don't know, quadruple niner. To the first niner who gets all nines from all the sub skills.
Okay.
And that would be a tick for you. You're offering Monza too. And this will work, trust me. You're going to get that guy.
Yeah. We did make a deal with teachers, but it's a different deal.
Oh, really?
Yeah, promised them a mountain trip.
Mountain trip.
All paid for.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not as tempting as getting a Monza, right?
Wait a second. What kind of mountain trip?
Nothing's just it.
Everest?
Maybe.
I'm joking.
Yeah.
But is it worth? I mean, is the mountain trip worth?
All right, it's not really about the mountain. We have a different philosophy here. So,
you know what? Wait, I'm sorry to cut you short. Muhammad, not offering Monza is your advantage.
Yeah, it is.
This definitely shows the culture you have at your learning center. And this can work well, even for the clients. Clients would position you as somebody who is in business because they like to teach. And us offering Monza is maybe working against us as well, because students see the teachers and may think that they are only materialistically minded and they are employed just to get the car, or they are working hard just to get the car, not to work on their abilities, not for the students, not for etc.
And that's the reason why I'm not worried about competitors. That's the reason why I'm not worried about secrets, because we don't have it. That's why. Even if you had all the secrets and all the resources, if you don't have the right mindset, if you don't have the right energy, there's only so much you can accomplish.
I talked about cancer drink. You didn't finish the thought.
Okay, so my thought is, so with education, it works a little different. Education is, here's what I think.
Invention of cancer drug is a part of education too. That would help other research.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. But I don't think those researchers would have found the cure if they were so close-minded. I don't think they would have found the cure. They can find a cure because they are willing to share and cooperate and learn from each other and grow together. So the way it's about abundance mindset versus scarcity mindset.
Okay, question for you. Why do you think Coca-Cola hides their formula from everybody for centuries?
And let me ask you this.
Because they're close-minded?
No, let me ask you this. So when was the last time you drank Coca-Cola?
Long time ago.
Exactly. Because smart people know, most people know Coca-Cola is not the only game in town anymore. They have all these different options to choose from.
I only drink water, tea.
Yeah, so do I. Not a big fan of Coke. I couldn't care less if they have if they have the secret too. All right, never mind. Anyway, so scarcity mindset versus abundance mindset. So every time I default to scarcity mindset and start thinking, well, it's my instruction, it's my advice, it's my approach. Why should I be sharing it with other people? Is the moment I start losing my edge. Is the moment I start being smart and wise, because I feel like all those things are given to me on loan and they're going to be taken away from me just like that if I stop being closed-minded. I can't afford that. I'd rather be knowledgeable, wise, and have nothing than be closed-minded and have everything.
Actually, this is one of the things I respect about you and Adishir. In your Telegram channels, Adishir posts.
Yeah, it hasn't. Adishir Muhammad posts.
You guys share a lot of unique stuff and about IELTS writing. This is actually one of the reasons why I'm sitting in front of you. Otherwise, lots of teachers of ours who are getting A's in their writing have used your methods. They learned a lot from your methods.
Trust me, I have so many podcasters, so many other learning centers, so many other offers. Well, I'm not saying this, مثلا من هذا القواعد المدرسة when ذكروا right? When ذكروا they invited me. I could have I was in a very terrible mood. I could have easily refused that, but that would have been ungrateful. How do you say in English?
Ungrateful. Like when you're ungrateful.
Highly ungrateful, because I'm 100% sure that you influenced maybe 10, maybe 50 teachers of ours. You helped by your channel. We helped our teachers to increase their IELTS right in school. And that would have been highly ungrateful of mine, from my side, to refuse refuse that offer. I perfectly understand what you're saying. You're doing the right thing. Everybody has their own path. We also have such an attitude when it comes to certain aspects of our work. There are actually the major part of our processes is open to the public. If even a random guy who has opened a learning center somewhere in Uzbekistan asks probably, for example, what kind of books we use, how we categorize students, how we check the level of our students. We never had that. How we teach writing, for example. There are hundreds of teachers who have my notebooks. I used to teach writing, IELTS writing. I used to have students write notebooks, fill out huge notebooks. I have made a base and I have shared it with hundreds of teachers throughout Uzbekistan. We even have nowadays have very prominent teachers who 2 or 3 years ago asked those notes from me. I shared, and they are still grateful. What I want to say is that we do share a lot of things, but when it comes to business processes, when it comes to how we manage different threats, how, for example, KPI system we run nowadays, or the process of hiring, the process of training teachers, the process of opening a branch, the process of, conducting publicity to make it to make it appealing to the public in that area, etc., etc. Well, the business processes have been built up on know-how, and I don't see point in making them all open to the public.
Yeah.
Do you want to say? Do you get what I want to say?
Absolutely. That would be suicide.
That would be a suicide. And this is what I'm advising you to do. Trust me, in 10 years from now, remember this point, in 10 years from now, once you get big in this field, once you turn huge, once you struggle threats in the market, and once you come up with your own methods, you will turn into me 100%. Maybe you'll be even harsher than me.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
I'm not here to change your mind about things, because you have to walk the walk first. You have to experience.
All right.
You have to have a lot of. I don't wish you to have a lot of failures, but you have to face a certain amount of failures at certain steps, and that's why you understand that why we have chosen this path, why we have come to this point.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally get it.
But sometimes I feel badly about it. Deep inside me, I'm a totally different person, to be honest. Deep inside me. You know, right?
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes I feel that a person who I am turning into is not me. Sometimes I feel that. That's not me, I say. But in certain points, I'm tied up because I have a team, huge number of teachers, huge number of personnel working out to me. I'm tied up. I can't be too emotional. I can't be me. I have to be so protective. I have to act harshly in order to protect the interests of my teammates. You got it, right?
You're like a protective dad. You're a protective dad. Yeah, looking out for us.
You come up with very funny analogies. Protective dad, what do you mean?
Yeah, because you said you have all these people looking up to you and who you have to look after.
Well, protective dad is a wrong comparison, I think, because dads are protective against the will of their children sometimes. I'm not protective against the will of our teammates. Everybody wants me to but I'm having this conversation, right? Trust me, there will be certain teammates of mine who will be criticizing me. Khurshid, you talk too much. You shouldn't talk so much. You shouldn't have talked so much. I have had tens of experiences when I was openly criticized by my teammates in our group, and I had to apologize. I had to say, I'm sorry, guys. I got too emotional. Interviewer was too cunning. I couldn't stop myself and talked about these kind of things.
Oh, yeah.
Or I got too boastful. I'm sorry. I apologize to the team. Everybody's watching. They know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Do you get me?
Yeah, for sure.
You will get to that point when you have hundreds of people behind you looking out to you. You will get to that point.
I think I just got it wrong when you said it's like management and education are like two separate things, and that's why management here at the school is run mostly by Alisher. I'm in charge of academics. So
I really have to talk about Alisher.
he should be somewhere waiting outside. He's in lobby, isn't he? Yeah, he's waiting for this podcast.
Oh, really? He's here already?
Yeah.
So late?
He's actually been here for almost 2 hours now. He got here at 10. Because I told him we were going to be done by 10. But yeah, all right. So we got 2 more chapters I want to get to.
Sure.
It's actually 3 chapters. I mean, that's real facts.
Alhamdulillah, there's no problem. Even if you do it until morning.
Well, we can do that.
That's
fantastic.
I am in Bukhara. I have nothing to do.
Nothing else to do.
I have nothing else. I came for this.
This is the best podcast ever, guys. Yeah, if you're watching this, if you made it to this part of the podcast, you are true fans. So please do us a thumbs up. Do share the podcast with your friends, everyone, your mom, dad, brother, your dog, your cat. Leave some comments.
That's subscribe.
You gotta know true fans.
Yeah. And so the next chapter of our podcast, I want to talk about fatherhood. I'm here to be a dad. I don't have kids. So every time I have someone older than me with family and kids, I'm fishing for advice. I'm prepared. I want to know what being a dad or having a family is like, so I can prepare myself for that. Just like you shared with me advice and gave me heads up about the things coming up in the business world, I was wondering if you could share with me some tips on fatherhood as well.
Did you notice me sighing? Sighed when we opened the. I said,
No, definitely. No.
I did.
You did? Okay.
I said, do you know what?
Why's that?
Because I consider myself as a terrible dad. I always think I'm doing enough for my kids. This is one of the things that I'm working on. But I'm not an exemplary dad for sure. Simply because I can't spend enough time. I can't spend time that I should be spending with my kids. I have 3 daughters. They love me. I love them. The youngest one is 4 months old.
Congrats on the baby, by the way.
And the youngest one, Samira, is 4 months old. She's very sweet. But I'm missing out on her childhood. I'm not enjoying the best days of hers nowadays because I'm at work all the time. I'm trying to solve this problem. I am in much better position nowadays compared to, let's say, a year ago or 2 years ago. But still, I wouldn't say that the time I'm spending with my family, with my kids, is enough. This may sound a bit like arrogant. But the thing with successful people is that, when women want a successful spouse, when women want a successful partner, husband, they miss upon a very simple task, a very simple fact, excuse me. They don't notice that successful men are hunters. Successful men are savage animals who are almost always out there looking for a prey. They're not a domestic animal to be milked, or they're not a dog to be at home with you all the time. You got me? You got the point?
Yeah.
And most women do not understand this. Most women think that successful means successful in family. That's the biggest mistake. This is what I used to be. I'm trying to change it. My advice to you is to be yourself, but okay, let me address it in a different manner. Let me at first go back in time and tell me about my experience when I got married. I got married back in 2014, and it was a time when Everest was just born as Everest. It used to be TPE before, and it was a time when we were growing very fast, when we were in the process of in the most important point of our job, of our history, basically. And I got married at that time. Luckily, my wife is 100% supportive. She understands me. She used to be my student, actually. It's a very funny story. Anyways, luckily she knows me well. She knows my job well. She actually was a manager at one of our biggest banks until the point, and his daughter was born. She is supportive. She understands me. But from 2014 till 2020, I wasn't in the family at all. I left home 9 o'clock. I came home 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, without bed.
Yeah.
By the time I got home, my kids used to always sleep. By the time they leave home, I am asleep. I spent 6 years of my life away from my family. I was right next to them, but I wasn't with them. After the quarantine, after COVID pandemic, I almost died. I had 70% lung infection. I almost died. I went to the brink and came back. If we talk about this, I'll definitely cry throughout the whole part of the conversation. Let's not talk about it.
Sure.
But terrible experience. Terrible experience. I almost died. I saw the ghosts of my relatives almost every day. They used to come and talk to me.
For real.
My mom's youngest sister, she passed away. She was one of our closest relatives. Lots of people, 5 or 6 people, used to come every night and talk to me.
Even real ghosts.
Ghosts, yes.
Are you?
I always lost my mind. I almost went crazy. Anyways, that pandemic changed me. I started valuing our family. I started, the thing which kept me was coming back to my family. The thing which kept me alive was spending a minute with my kids. Do you know how? It was at that level. I didn't even spend a minute with my kids until I got here and got back until I contracted. Well, maybe I was with my kids, but mentally I wasn't there before that. So experience with COVID really changed me. I started valuing my family. I do spend time nowadays, but I still don't think that it's enough. But this doesn't mean that you should turn into a domestic animal when you get married. Find a spouse who will understand you. Find a person who will be supportive and understand sense the stages of the development of your business, sense the stages of your development as an entrepreneur, and act accordingly. For example, nowadays, my wife used to never tell me that I'm late. Never. Nowadays, she does. For example, if I arrange some kind of meetings or some kind of job, on Sundays, she tells me, come on, it's a day off. Let's spend time together. Today is a Sunday, I'm in Bukhara, for example. Anyways, this is something which sometimes I do make it exceptions. I do make exceptions. Actually, I was supposed to come with my wife and my youngest daughter to Bukhara. I wanted to bring them. She has never seen the town. But my daughter got ill, and I had to leave them. I had to come along. Anyways, as a father, now I think I'm to a certain level acting as a real father, I think, nowadays, because I'm spending more time with my kids, I'm talking to them, I'm talking to them about their studies, about the problems they have. I'm actually trying to nurture them now, for example. My kids do not have a sense of money, for example. My oldest daughter is 9 years old. She has never spent money. I recently noticed this. That they are losing their promise. My parents used to nurture me this way. My father used to give me less money, and he used to give me a shopping list. And he used to require me to buy that shopping list for less money than required. You got me, right? Yeah. Practical allowance, it's called practical allowance. He used to use a lot of tactics. I recently noticed that I missed up on that. I'm going to shops and giving my kids money, having them do shopping, etc. Things like that. I have recently started acting as a father. Well, I'm talking in a spontaneous manner. My message is, you have to manage this. Otherwise, you would regret when time comes, because maybe that was for good, because maybe I would have died if I didn't spend enough time with my daughters. Again, that was the only thing that kept me alive. Hugging my daughter, oldest daughter, was something that kept me alive. But I don't know. Maybe that was for good. But if I think the other way, if I sat down during the quarantine at home with my family, I wouldn't have contracted it to that terrible level, you know? And maybe God decided to punish me because of that. Mm-hmm. I don't know. But anyways, my advice to you is, at first, find a wife who would be 100% supportive, but do not take an advantage of them. This is one of the biggest problems in our culture. Women are expected to sacrifice everything, whereas the opposite is true for men. That's not good. It would be very easy for you to find such a lady, but do not take advantage of this fact. Women are culturally conditioned in Uzbekistan to serve their husband, to withstand all the challenges, all the emotional problems, everything. I think this is one of the biggest problems we have as a society, because 95% of our people use this. I know men who know that their wife would do nothing and date other ladies, okay? I know men who deliberately don't go to their home because they're 100% sure that their wife will won't say and do anything, God will punish these kind of people, 100%. Even if the society doesn't do anything about it, even if their wives don't do anything about it, they'll be punished by God anyways. What I want to say is that you find a good lady, but do not take huge advantage of her. Make sure you spend time with her. Make sure you spend time with your children, at least at the weekends. Make sure you come at particular time. For example, my kids used to be, I noticed this, my kids used to be indifferent and used to be somehow used to feel discomfort if I came at 10 o'clock before they went to bed. Do you get what I want to say?
Yeah, absolutely.
I had certain time in my life when they lost the joy of me coming home. Because I let them down 500 times. For years I let them down. They expect me to come at least they expect me to come at 8:30, at 9, at 10, at 11, at 12, at 1 o'clock, but I never show up. You got me, right? And they gave up that hope. And even if I show up, nowadays, sometimes they do not show that joy. I'm working hard on that nowadays. I'm changing this problem, but it's one of those problems which really hurt me. And I think almost all successful people have this problem. Some may not notice this because they don't actually know the value of the family. They haven't faced the problem I faced with the illness. But someday, at a certain point in life, they will regret. Because do you know why most of the rich people die poor and die in struggle? Because they have spent little time with their children. When they actually need the support of their kids, they will be punished by their kids. Their kids will not show up. I don't know. I think you're getting what I'm saying, right? Hold on.
Absolutely. It's on his first off, I really appreciate you opening up your own pockets. It takes a lot of courage to share something very close to you here. And this is one and two is listening to you is making me reflect on my own life.
Mm-hmm.
I'm literally thinking about all those times I skipped family parties, all those times. And when my dad got sick, I wasn't there. I feel ashamed to say that.
Parents is a whole another story. But if we talk about parents, I can't stop crying.
But for what it's worth, here's what I want to say. I'm sure one day your daughters will watch this podcast because we're going to make it a separate chapter. So they'll go and come and see what their dad did to them. You are up there putting your life, giving your life to them so that they can have the world you didn't have, so that they can have the things they didn't have. I'm sure they'll want to.
You know what? I always think of that. I wouldn't say that, for example, I want my kids to have the best education. I want them to study in the United States at the best universities. Most probably, I will do that. Most probably. I'm preparing them. I always ask my oldest daughter, where do you study? Where are you going to study? From the very early ages of hers, I put that idea in her mind. She says that Harvard. Another says I want to stay in Cambridge, etc. I will make sure that they will get those chances. But I'm pretty sure that there will be a certain point in life when they actually feel that they didn't really need all that from me. What they actually needed was to be there on their birthday. Do you get me?
Yeah. Yes.
And with time, I am coming to understand the actual value of our life. and the actual value of the moments, etc., etc. And I didn't talk about how I changed throughout those 6 years when I was absent. The most terrible thing is that I myself turned my heart into a cold one. Do you get me? Well, I turned into a person. Now when I analyze what kind of person I was, I turned into a person who cared little about family, parents, but only cared about money he's earning. I turned into that person. And even nowadays, I have elements of that. Sometimes I put force money over, for example, as you said, family events, birthdays, or being married. Sometimes this happens, and I'm struggling, I'm working on it. I'm trying to change that thinking. So the 6 years I have had, or maybe it's even longer than that, had such a footprint in my character.
Can I ask a question here real quick? Are you doing that because you're choosing the greater good, because you're going to help more people, or because it's out of greed? Are you doing that because you want to be able to help?
It has to be greed.
It has to be greed.
It has to be greed, because I'm talking about cases which have nothing to do with the influence we have, with the how we. It's not always that. Sometimes it is that. In the majority of cases, I'm simply putting money over.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be greed.
Yeah.
In this case, I didn't come for money. Well, I came all the way down to Bukhara because of that main reason, which was mentioned. In this case, it is to help others. Agar shu narsa sizlarga yordam bersa borman dedim. Shu narsa yordam beradimi sizlarga dedim, yordam beradi dedingiz. Bo'lmasa boraman dedim. In other words, there are these kind of cases when I never think about money, but I have to admit that in the majority of the cases, I think about getting richer, getting more money, and cut down on higher standards in the economy. Paradoxically, if you want to be successful, you have to do that sometimes. You have to do that, especially when the business is in the stage of growth. You have to do that. Maybe if I was a domestic animal from the beginning, maybe I wouldn't be reaching that level. I wouldn't have reached this level. That's for sure. I don't know.
Well, I think it's perfectly okay, and here's why. First, I want to talk about that. I'm going to follow up on your point about being less emotional. It's actually a prerequisite in business. It's a requirement in business that you numb your emotions, make them completely go away, so you can think rationally. So it's natural that those emotions eventually go away.
That's right.
It's not your fault. You choose any businessman, successful entrepreneur, they choose logic, rationale over emotions. That's a fact. That is a fact.
Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos,
all those successful entrepreneurs out there.
That's why they have failed. They have many divorces.
Yeah. But I think with them it's for a different reason. They get a divorce because when a company gets too big and they get divorced later, they have to split all their assets. So they do it sooner, and that's
for money. They do it for money.
But you can't just be so naive and think that you can't do a lot of good without money, because you need those resources. I still believe you genuinely have good intentions at heart. When you make that money, you want to go and open more schools. when you make that money, you want to be able to, you want to at least have this security. So if ever someone comes to you wanting to get help, needs a loan, you got their back.
When you go to Tashkent, I'll take it to my home. It's a teeny apartment, 56 square meters.
Yes.
And I have 3 children, 3 kids. My wife and I sleep in the bedroom. My children sleep on the sofa in the living room. Do you get why I'm crying? Hold on. Do you get why I get so emotional? I didn't even have the guts to spend some more money and get a bigger house until now. We have a property worth $1.5 million now on our examination center. It's worth $1.5 million. Only one property. We have 5 of them now.
Do you live in a tiny apartment?
But I live in a tiny apartment. My family is struggling. You get me?
Yes. There's a lot of sacrifices you're making. People might think that you're some greedy entrepreneur, but they have no idea
That's right.
about your personal life, about all these heartbreaking stories you had in the past. It's just a lot to take in. Here's what I think. I don't want to say anything extra because I don't think I'm old enough to comment on your story.
Well, the age doesn't matter. I noticed that you're a guy who has read a lot. You're pretty much well informed about things, and the podcast you're running is definitely making you more informed, more clever about things. Right?
Yes, 100%. 100% about this podcast alone. I have to go rewatch it a few times to fully think that this is for sure.
I'm glad.
As for the not being old enough aspect, I don't have kids. I don't have wife. I haven't gone through those challenges you have. So I simply have the wisdom, the knowledge, the experience to say anything meaningful here.
Sometimes nowadays when I think of different situations in our family life.
So last three questions. Okay. So can you describe in a few sentences your personal philosophy?
My personal philosophy has changed over throughout the course of my experience support, the course of my life. Well, let me think of my philosophy nowadays. And it is not something you always keep in mind, so that's why it's going to take time. Well, today I have come to understand that my happiness is directly related to the happiness of my family, my parents, my siblings. And I have come to understand that even if I'm unhappy, the fact that my parents, my siblings, and my immediate family is happy is enough. And this is the key when it comes to getting through depression, getting through hard illnesses, etc. Because a person can withstand anything if they are living for others. Because if you're living for yourself, you're living only for one person. And when you face the hardest problems of life, you're highly likely to give up. You're more likely to give up. So that's why I think that I'm on a mission to make my family happy. And anything else doesn't really matter anymore. This is my life philosophy nowadays. When it comes to work, my philosophy is to improve the lives of as many people as possible through what we are doing. Because, for example, every time when we open a new branch, I think of the number of workplaces, vacancies we are making. If it's 20, I think of 20 families if I reach each vacancy. And I think of all the thousands of students coming to our learning center getting the IELTS score they need and changing their destiny. Getting that caused a turning point in their lives. This is my philosophy at work. Money doesn't make me stand up and go to work anymore, because we already have multi-million dollar worth property, and the business is at least $30 million worth business we have. And so that's why it's not a drive anymore. It's not a drive anymore. When it comes to the future, my philosophy is live the life until that point. Was as little as with as few number of regrets as possible. In terms of everything, in terms of faith, in terms of business, in terms of family life, in terms of personal achievements, in terms of health, etc. Nothing else matters. Make sure you stick around your children until they get married, until they have kids, until they grow old. Make sure you stick around them, because they need you. Well, there are many things that I can think of, but things change. Sometimes I forget about some most important priorities I have. When different problems struck our business. That's it.
Fine, yeah. That part of the answer to the question. Now, one final question for today is, so just one piece of advice you have for young people out there, 16-year-olds, whose lives are just getting started.
Okay, good. Get rid of your smartphone. That's it. Get a laptop instead. This is what we do. This is how we do it. Your smartphone is your biggest enemy. You may think that it's invaluable in making you clever, in making you more prepared, for the innovations, etc. Like that. You know what's the biggest problem about social media? For example, I use social media only for work. I also use it to do things, check up upon us, our media, etc. But the fact that you have entertainment right next, a tap of a button away, is really hard to withstand. I tend to waste time. Even me, as a person who has had so much experience, a person who actually knows the value of their time, even I am spending too much time watching reels, watching personal photos of some random people whom I don't know at all, etc. Now imagine young people. I think, their mobile phones have definitely enslaved them. That's for sure. They only have the phone to call their parents, to call their friends, maybe one or two friends they have. And this will make a big change for them. Maybe this is not the piece of advice which they expected, but if I were in their position, I would definitely do it. This doesn't mean that you should be behind development, you should be behind technology, things like that. There is always an alternative mobile phone.
I agree. I agree. I 100% agree. I'm 100% with you on that, because I just reflected on my own life, and I use my phone 1% of the time. Only 1% of the time.
To make a phone call.
Not even that. I use it for alarm clock. Because if someone wants to reach out to me, they have to text me on Telegram, and I use my laptop for that. Those
smart guys are enslaving us. Really.
Yeah.
Now we have AI coming. It's going to be even
terrible.
Mhm.
It's going to be
More tempting.
everybody. They're going to have our brains, I don't know, dead by 2030 most probably. Everybody will be influenced by them. Right? They'll be using tactics which are very hard for us to even notice. Even nowadays, I don't know if you notice this or not. Even nowadays, I feel being influenced by YouTube, by Instagram. They're changing me.
Yeah.
They're getting into my head. Seriously.
Yeah, that's crazy. I know.
So whatever, watch it.
Yes. Right.
I remember watching a podcast where a guy said that there are literally scientists sitting in labs figuring out how to addict us to their content. Yes.
I didn't used to be that way, right? The quarantine made us turned us into slaves. Did you notice? Quarantine really got us deeply involved into social media and internet. Nowadays, I'm having a real hard time, real struggle. I can't go to sleep without watching, I don't know, 100 shorts on YouTube.
I think it's going to change for sure once you start working out.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm going to be tired by the time I get
All
home.
you got to think about is sleep.
I'm pretty sure. That's one of the biggest benefits I got from coming here
Oh,
to your place.
yeah.
You actually persuaded me.
I'm telling it to every guest I have on the podcast, every single one.
And you told me the most important thing
Yeah.
about the training and the experience with that. I will definitely follow your advice.
Thanks.
All right, it's the longest conversation and it's the best conversation ever. The best conversation of the year title goes to Mr. Khurshid.
Really?
Yes.
But I saw they were cleverer people, much cleverer people on your podcast.
It's not only about intelligence. Like there are things you can't get. There are things way more important than intelligence.
This guy doesn't say this to everybody here.
No. They can confirm that. The guys behind the cameras can confirm that.
I know. I'm very glad to hear that.
I cannot thank you enough for coming all the way to Bukhara to make this podcast happen. It means so much to me personally, to all the students here, to all the staff working. You're literally helping us, doing us a big favor to get this thing off the ground. And if the time comes when this podcast goes super viral, I'll be sure to give you some credit. Yeah.
Trust me, you deserve all these efforts. Trust me. You're a good guy.
Thank you. I'm glad to be on the right team. So
good luck with on your job. I think you're doing a really good job.
Thank you.
Whenever if you have problems, feel free to ask.
Yes.
I'm ready to help you out in any case with anything.
Thank you.
Because I know what kind of an effort you're making. I know what kind of an influence you're making too. Working in Tashkent is a completely different thing than working in the region. I'm well aware of that, and that's why whenever you have problems, whenever you have questions, anything in mind, you can ask me. I'll be more than happy to help.
thank you. It's so nice knowing that there are people out there looking out for you. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Guys, I'm not going to ask you if you enjoyed this podcast because I did. I did for a fact. But if you did like it, please leave us thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and leave us some comments in the comment section below.
You're tired.
No, I don't admit that. Okay, I am so overwhelmed by the amount of information. I'm so overwhelmed by the amount of energy we shared today. It's been one of the best podcasts so far.
I wish you to have much better podcasts in the future.
Oh, thank you, thanks. But this one's gonna be hard to beat. All right. If you liked our content, leave us thumbs up, subscribe, leave us comments in the comment section below. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.